Cal. The art of granite, and more. Right now, quartz is popular, and he has all of the latest colors. He is fabricating quartz daily. The material is wholesale to you. Even the tear out and haul away is free. And the bathroom is free when you have the kitchen done. You can get prices on the phone. Just give him a call. Give him some measurements, send him a photo, and you get a price. Don't miss out on his special deals. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. That's 386-5919.
Fairway Auto Service invites you to experience honest auto repair and service. Trust the technicians that'll provide you with exceptional customer satisfaction. They offer the best auto service repair and quality for your car. For more info, go to fairwayautoservice.com. Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on 630 KHOW. Learn how you can earn a full-time income as a short-term trader. That's the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. The question line is 888-646-8787.
Is your concrete sinking, interior floor, basement, or garage? Brian here with Advanced Mud Jacking. I've been lifting concrete in Colorado for over 30 years. We use cement, nothing toxic. Advanced Mud Jacking, 303-424-9441. AdvancedMudJacking@yahoo.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. The Declaration of Independence declares the right to life to be unalienable. But many times each day, that right to life is stolen away by a reckless driver, and families are left to rebuild their shattered lives. At our law firm, we have a long and proud history of standing up for the value of human life. We accept wrongful death cases on a percentage fee basis. If we can be of service to you, please give us a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com. That's dankapleslaw.com.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only, device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only, device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
Our crazy financial times can create smart opportunities for you, such as long-term care insurance from 525 Advisors. By repositioning some of your savings right now, you can get 3 times your investment in long-term care coverage, tax-free, and get all your money back if you never use it. Join Brian Ott of 525 Advisors for his free long-term care planning live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. Sign up at 525longtermcare.com. That's 525longtermcare.com.
Michael Brown here for Littleton Fine Jewelry. You know I love small businesses that care about their customers and that offer really unique items, and Littleton Jewelry does just that. Whether it's unique design by their designer or something in the case, Littleton Fine Jewelry has that special gift that I know your loved one's going to appreciate. And the folks at Littleton Fine Jewelry, they're one of us. They share our values and our beliefs. So when you're looking for jewelry, just do what I do and call Littleton Fine Jewelry. 303-794-4310. 303-794-4310 or online, littletonfinejewelry.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Fox 31 pinpoint weather, another hot one, 95 degrees today, scattered afternoon thunderstorms, 65 overnight, then 97 tomorrow.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at KHOW.com.
ABC News, I'm Marina Roy. The school board in Uvalde, Texas, set to meet Saturday to consider firing school police chief Pete Arredondo. Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial resumed this morning. A jury is hearing testimony after the former Trump advisor refused to comply with a subpoena issued in the January 6th investigation. ABC's Jonathan Karl says the trial could move quickly.
Bannon has tried to delay it. His lawyer asked for a month delay, then he asked for a delay of a single day. The judge wouldn't have it. The trial is underway. The prosecution says it is a simple case of a guy who thinks he was above the law. As the prosecutor said in the opening statement, this whole case is about a guy who just refused to show up. For his part, Bannon is saying this is all political.
In South Carolina, disbarred attorney Alex Murdaugh pleaded not guilty to murdering his wife and son at a hearing today. Lawyers have agreed not to discuss evidence publicly. This is ABC News. Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska is addressing Congress today amid White House warnings that Russia is looking to annex parts of Ukraine. Mayors of some major cities all gathering today to talk about gun violence.
The mayors of a dozen American cities said more than half of the recovered guns used in crimes on their streets were made by 5 manufacturers, mostly Glock, Taurus, and Smith & Wesson.
We're dealing with the same problem, a $9 billion industry that's their profits are turning pain into our communities.
New York Mayor Eric Adams is hosting the mayors for a summit on preventing gun violence. St. Louis Mayor Tashura Jones told ABC News any other industry causing this much death would have been admonished.
We haven't seen that sort of action from the federal government. So we have to look at the root causes and look at other strategies.
Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
And a new construction project uncovering part of ancient Jerusalem. Work to install an elevator near the Western Wall has now led archaeologists to a villa that dates back around 2,000 years. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Technology lets autonomous vacuums work around the house. Ow, that's my toe. But when your team has to work seamlessly around the world, you need more than technology. You need CDW, who can help transform your organization with Lenovo ThinkPads, pre-configured for management flexibility with the Intel Evo platform. Responsive collaboration tools give your team effortless connectivity to stay focused wherever they work. That's it. Go to your charging station. Lenovo makes seamless productivity possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Lenovo Client.
God, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
10 years ago today, 12 people were killed in the Aurora movie theater shooting. Former KOA reporter Jerry Bell covered the story and says dozens of people were injured in the shooting.
A lot of those injuries were pretty horrific, and there are probably people here still today that are dealing with those injuries, not to mention the scores of others just mentally affected by the fact that they were just there.
A vigil was held last night, and the 720 Memorial Foundation will hold a day-long program on Saturday. $7 million to build EV charging stations along that route. And Colorado has
Packed traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Traveling along C-470 for the most part is not a bad drive, but there is a pocket of construction work westbound C-470 causing slow traffic between Bellevue and Morrison Road. Also construction on Santa Fe causing slow traffic both directions between Evans and Mississippi. An accident coming in northbound Broadway at Ohio. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a chance for isolated thunderstorms this afternoon, highs in the mid-90s. For tomorrow, again, a chance for storms with highs in the upper 90s, currently at 78. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Some banks can make it complicated to redeem credit card rewards. But with Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Talk about amazing. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Slow drains only get worse. Plumbline Services can help. With 93 or free. If they can't clear your drains for just $93, the call is free, along with a full diagnosis. And Plumbline does all major drain work directly, no third parties. And if you've been told you need work, get a free second opinion. Turn to the experts. Plumbline Services. Castle Rock to Longmont, earning your trust since 1998. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. PlumlineServices.com. Don't suffer the heat. Be cool with Fix-It 24/7, the company I call for my AC. Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Fix-It can clean, check, and tune it for just $39. New customers only, or you may need a whole new system. Whatever it is, Fix-It 24/7 can handle it. Great brands like American Standard, great people, and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Find out more at FixMyHome.com. 720-526-3939.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Gas money. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer your questions, take complaints. Honestly, we're here to make your life a little bit better. You have any issue out there. Maybe you've dealt with a bad landlord or a bad contractor, a bad dentist, a bad attorney, a bad anything. You get the idea. That's what this show's about. We use the power of the media to expose the bad guys out there. A lot of times we call them scumbags. Are they literally scumbags? No. But I think that is a very descriptive word for people that take money up front and don't do anything. I really do. And we do use words like that on this show, and you'll never hear any other show do it. Honest to goodness, you won't. We're not a political show, but we do talk economics a lot. We talk about a lot of different things. 303-713-8255 is the telephone number. 303-MARTINO. Once again, ripped off, taken advantage of. It's the beginning of the show. We have lines open. 303-713-8255. Any questions? Maybe you just want to expose the bad guys out there. In studio with me today, by the way, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Brian, welcome to the show. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks, Mark.
We're going to talk all kinds of things about insurance today. I just got my renewal. It went up. No help from my son, who had another accident, but that's a whole different story. But in general, insurance seems to be going up on everything. But we'll dive into that. Hey, yesterday, I found this very interesting. Yesterday, we were talking about cars for kids. For a little bit. We had someone call up, and he had a vehicle that did not run, and he asked if he should donate it, or should he sell it, or just bring it to a junkyard. You know, he was looking for the best things to do. So I happened to mention cars for kids, because no matter where you go, no matter what station you listen to, including TV, this is embedded in our brains. Now, interestingly enough, I don't know anything about these guys, and I suggested Cars for Kids almost because I just hear their jingle. So I actually dove into them this morning. I received an email actually this morning saying this. This is very interesting. I'm not quite sure where he was going with this, but it says, please look into Cars for Kids a bit further. They are a Jewish organization benefiting Jewish people only. Several states have fined this organization for failure to disclose their religious affiliation. So I said, okay, you know what? He calls this, well, then he says they have other shady practices. I didn't really find anything shady about these guys. Not much at all. They are a Jewish organization. In fact, they're an offshoot of a pretty big nonprofit, and I'm going to just kill this word. I'm going to kill it. Unfortunately, it's OORAH, URA, but that's the sister charity, or that's the big boy. And then URA focuses on Jewish children and families. It was founded in 1994, but that's who started Cars for Kids. But what I really care about more than anything is where does the money go? When it comes to charities, that is all we really care about. So I want to tell you about their 2020 tax return. I find this on so many levels just crazy. The numbers in general are crazy. I cannot believe how much revenue this company made. Take a guess. In fact, Brian, take a guess. In 2020, or is this 21? This is 2020's tax return. They're a 501(c). Take a guess on how much they brought in donation-wise. Not expenses, not bottom line, but donation-wise.
Man, I have no idea. Let's say $5 million? I have no idea.
Okay. Hey, Dragon, what do you think? Cars for Kids, how much money did they take in?
I'd go in the same range, $5 to $6 million.
Doc already knows, so I'm not going to ask him. Suzanne, did you see me looking at this stuff?
I didn't see what the numbers were, Mark.
$95 million plus. They basically brought in $100 million in revenue. $100 million. Now we think everybody has heard that song everywhere, but then it comes down to the next number. I look at a couple things when it comes to charities. How about compensation for current officers, directors, and key employees? Once again, we're talking 1 year. Now everybody's head is spinning right now. How much did these officers make? Guess, please, Brian.
Well,
remember they brought in $100 million.
Let's say, gosh, $8 million.
$8 million? If they brought in, what'd you say? Oh, of course,
now, yeah.
So $8 million to officers' compensation. Now, we're talking key people, the officers, directors. We're not talking other people that work for them. There's another salary number, but we're talking the head honchos. How much do you think
How many head
took?
honchos are we talking about? 5, 6, 7, 20?
How many what?
How many head honchos are we talking about?
I don't know. It is a tax return. It says compensation of current officers, directors, trustees, and key employees. That's the line on the tax return.
Employees. Well, then I'm going to go with 10 to 12.
10 to 12 million.
Yeah.
This is actually a very impressive number. 159,000. Out of almost $100 million, the compensation to the head honchos was less than $200,000. In fact, really, it's about $159,000. That's impressive for a charity. Other salaries, $4,868,000. So the other, that's it. Their entire salaries were under $5 million, although they took in $95 million. That is very impressive for charities. I've seen charities out there that take in $1 million, and the compensation is $900,000. And then after the other stuff, the other expenses, the kids or whatever the charity is ends up getting nothing. Now, what do you think their most expensive expense is? Come on, guys, use your brains. Their most expensive.
Yeah, you would think advertising.
Advertising. Now, bring that up a little. How much do they spend infecting our brains every day in 2020? Brian?
Let's say $10 million in advertising.
$10 million. That is a lot of advertising. I am in the advertising game, and I don't know of any clients, and I'm thinking of one client so big, he's on every iHeart, or they are on every iHeart station. Virtually every host talks about him.
Okay, so give me.
And they don't spend that kind of money.
Let's say $3 million then. $3 million.
I'd like your 10. Stick with that. Dragon?
I'd go, but they haven't changed anything. The song is the same song forever. So
there's no cost in it. It's the same. And
minimal.
They're kids, so they didn't pay them much.
Right, exactly. We're talking maybe $1 million. Maybe
$1 million. You ready for this?
I guess.
It's staggering. Doc, if you don't know, you can guess.
I do know.
Well, no, you can't guess. You ready for this?
I was going to give him the real number.
Go ahead, Doc.
$25 million.
$25 million on my favorite now song, Cars for Kids. Everything else was other expenses, depreciation, insurance, the different functional expenses. Basically, that's the bottom line. But here's how much. Here's a very important number out of the 95. You know how much the kids actually got? Almost $45 million. That is very impressive. If you just take the 45, the advertising, and then look at how much is actually given to the children and how much is actually paid to the officers and employees, I would say this is a very... Oh, their legal bills aren't that much either. $1.5 million. Lobbying, $69,000. Accounting, $65,000. Here's the bottom line. I would donate to these guys with no problem whatsoever. These guys are on the up and up. They generated $45 million for their cause. Now, you might not agree with their cause because it looks like it's mostly Jewish children, but who cares? If they're kids, they're kids. I don't care where they're from. They're truly benefiting families and kids, and they can prove it right on their tax returns. I just thought that was curious. I really did, man. I really, really thought I was going to find something that I'd be afraid to talk about because they advertise on here. But I would have talked about it anyhow, I promise, but I was very happy there.
The worst ones are the ones that, for firemen and police, they try and scare you into and they're like 90% that they keep and give 10% or less to the charity.
Okay, who in here has been suckered into the FO, the Federal Order of Police stickers? Because if you have them on your window, you think you're not going to get a ticket. I think they work. I'm not kidding. I've had them and been pulled over by State Patrol, and I did not get a ticket, and I had the FOP on there.
Now, remember, I'm your insurance agent.
Oh, yeah.
So
well,
I don't know how
but I wasn't speeding. I mean, that was the whole thing. All right, let's go to Roger. Roger's got an insurance question. By the way, 303-713-8255. We have a couple lines open, ripped off, taken advantage of. I want to hear from you. I want to solve some problems today. You call me up with an issue, a bad contractor, a bad landlord. I'm going to put one of our deputies on it immediately and try to get your results. 303-713-8255. Roger, what's going on with you? And Herb, you hang tight. I'll come to you after the break.
Hey, Mark. Hi, Brian.
What's going on, man?
Hi, Roger.
I have Liberty Mutual insurance for my car.
Yep.
Liberty Mutual.
I pay $170 a month for full coverage, which includes MedPay. And my MedPay, I have a $10,000, but they offer you like $5,000 as the initial.
Yeah, 5, 10, or 20, right, Brian?
It goes. Some companies go up to 100,000. So,
oh my God!
It just depends.
Okay.
So, I mean, for $5,000, you can't even get into the emergency room. So I put $10,000.
Yeah, you're not kidding. For $10,000, you can't even go to the emergency room.
No.
What's your question, though, Roger?
About liability. They offer you these ranges, 25, 50,
All right,
50,
hold on. I like your
100,
question. It's a
300.
very basic question, and a lot of people don't know the answers to these. But I got to take this break. I want you to hold tight. We'll come back, and we'll talk about different coverages. 303-713-8255.
When your celebration of life is prepaid in advance, it becomes a gift from you to your family later, because no one should have to plan for a loss while they're experiencing one. Paying in advance protects your loved ones and gives you the peace of mind you deserve. Let us help you plan every detail with professionalism and compassion. We're Olinger Mortuaries and Cemeteries. Find us at DignityMemorial.com.
Olinger Crown Hill Mortuary and Cemetery.
You have any issues with your homeowner's insurance policy or any issues with your commercial policy when it comes to getting paid? In other words, if you put a claim in and you don't think they're paying you the proper amount of money, you need to call Matt with Paragon Services. He's the owner. He got me $70,000 when my insurance company wasn't going to give me a nickel. Even if the claim's already open, he can get you more money. Even if the claim has been closed, but within the 2 years, he can get you more money. 719-726-0020. And if you were affected by those horrible Boulder County fires, call Matt, 719-726-0020.
No one appreciates the American dream as much as Romanian immigrant Mitch Floria. He arrived with just $300 in his pocket, started Art of Granite, now serves the entire Front Range and Mountain customers for all countertops, completed in just 2 weeks, including quartz. Bathroom free when you have the kitchen done, tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip. And they paid you for it. You keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home,
and is okay, yeah.
You need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard. All cash offer today. Orchard. It's the new way to home.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris.
Are you thinking about selling your home?
He is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than
When you have like can you have uninsured, underinsured coverage? Let's say you've got liability only at, what is it, $25.50 is the lowest? So let's say you have state minimum. Can you actually have $500,000? Okay, so
You can't have more than what your bodily injury is.
so it's $25.50.
Yeah, if you have $25.50, the most you can get for uninsured is $25.50.
That's okay. So you just can't buy one.
Right. But you can have your liability at $500,000 and uninsured motorist at $25,000. In other words, you can always insure your uninsured motorist can be lower than your bodily injury, but your bodily injury can never be lower than your uninsured motorist.
Got it.
They don't want you covering yourself more than you're covering other people.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to
Interesting.
find a
That's
job.
exactly what that
Sure,
is.
you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate.
God, that's so
on the
much
first
money.
day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right.
When did you guys
free
get back from your big trip?
ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.
God, I don't remember. We were gone all of May, so a little after May.
Oh, okay. So it's been a while.
Hey, during breaks, bring you guys up too, so we can talk to you guys. Or actually, maybe you did, and I didn't realize it.
Typically do.
Okay.
Except that Suze is on the phone giving away personal information.
Sweet.
Did you need something?
Just your love.
Yeah, right. Jeez.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, let me show you.
There you go. There you go.
I said, yeah, right, Brian.
So when
Mark
we go back, though, you go to
Szymanski.
PGM.
Okay.
Mark.
Yeah.
Mark Szymanski, I said, is the roof done? He says a long time ago.
Okay. Tell him the guy is coming on. I mean, so.
I told him already.
All right.
This report is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need.
Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
I'm starting to think the iHeart Network's listening to us like Google. We have someone on the line that said he's got Liberty Mutual, and I'll be damned, a Liberty Mutual commercial just played. Hey, real quick, Brian, then we'll go back to Roger. By the way, 303-713-8255, been ripped off, taken advantage of. Liberty Mutual, they kind of hold you hostage, right? Or is that one you can shop?
So Liberty Mutual itself is a direct carrier, but they own
Safeco.
They own Safeco. So Safeco is an independent insurance company.
But it falls under the same umbrella?
It does. It's different rates, it's different policies, but ultimately they're the parent company.
Yeah, so basically they have both models. That's why they did it.
That's right.
Does Progressive have both models where they have just one agent?
No.
Okay.
No, they have a direct channel and then agent channel.
Yeah.
Which, you can either the same rates either way. But yeah, you have either you can go through an agent or you can go direct. But there's not like just Progressive agents that only do Progressive.
Got it. Roger was asking before the break a pretty simple question, but go ahead, Roger. Ask the question. Liability.
Well, if you guys look at it this way, the bottom number is 25 to 50, which is $25,000 range. The next level is 50 to 100, which is $50,000 range. The next level is 100 to 300, with a $200,000 range.
Yeah.
But why can't that 25 go to 225, the 50 go to 250, etc.? It doesn't make any sense.
It's whatever the carrier wants to set. That's just the grouping they sell it in, Brian.
Well, so that first number is a per-person injury claim. So you get into an accident and you injure somebody, that first number, $25,000 in that case, is the most the insurance policy will pay. That second number is per occurrence. So if there were multiple people in the car, the most it will pay is $50,000 total and $25,000 for any individual.
I didn't quite understand that as your question, though, Roger. I thought your question was, why do I have to buy $25.50? Why not $51.50?
Exactly.
Yeah, because
I should be able to buy a larger range than what they're offering.
Well, you can go up to $250,000.
No, he's saying he might want
aggregate amount.
Yeah, like $5,100. Yeah. But there is a 50. Like, yeah, what are you saying? Like a 30-60?
Or whatever. I mean, like MedPay, you can specify 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000.
Yeah, but you can't specify 13, for example.
No, they give you a $5,000 range. And then
why would he? Give me an example of why you would need something like that, though, like a 30-60 compared to a 5100.
Well, it seems to me that if you can get a $200,000 range at 100,000, why can't you get a $200,000 range at 50?
I don't even understand what he's saying.
I think he's saying he wants the aggregate number to be bigger, but he doesn't care about that first number, so he just would like 300,000.
What do you have?
Saying? He wants a bigger range between the two different numbers, so 50,000 per person or 250,000 per occurrence.
Yeah, so the reason why they kind of cap that is, there is only a certain number of people that would be in a car if something were to happen. So you would still be bound by that first number of a per person. So those are just the limits that are set. You can get what's called a combined single limit, where you could say, I want a combined single limit of 300,000, where there's not a per person limit.
What is your limit? What do you have right now, Roger, through Liberty Mutual?
I have 50 to 1. I'm single, and there's nobody in my car ever.
Yeah.
So I have 50 to 100.
Yeah, 50 to 100. By the way, that's the liability part, though. That's when you hit somebody else. I guess it actually in some ways could work out to be your own passengers, but typically speaking, it's the other.
Right.
But listen, man, 5,100, when people are out there buying 2550, 5,100, I'm just going to segue into this question. Why do you have 5,100? And then what do you have for underinsured or no insured?
I have 5,100.
And you always have to buy those the same way.
Your uninsured motorist can't be higher than your bodily injury, but you can have higher bodily injury limits than you do uninsured motorists.
Yeah, here's the deal. So when people are thinking, first of all, you have to have that. What is the actual technical name for that coverage? Underinsured?
Yeah, uninsured, underinsured.
That's the coverage name.
And it is not required by law.
I know it's not.
Right.
Here's why you need that. And this is not necessarily for you, Roger, because you have it. But think about this. Someone hits you with no insurance. They have zero insurance, and you can never work again for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm not saying you're like in a coma, but you could be. I'm not saying like they broke every bone in your body and you'll never walk again and you're a construction guy. Whatever it is, someone hits you, it's life-changing, and they had no insurance, or they just had $2,550, the maximum the other insurance company is going to pay you is $25,000. In Roger's case, the maximum his own insurance company is going to pay him is $100,000, right? Or is it 50?
$50,000 for him.
50, because it's 50. That's right. So 50 plus 25, $75,000 is the most you're going to get from insurance. And you can never work again. Right. That is why it's so important. What I have, and I'll tell you why, and it has nothing to do with how much money you make. If you have a family and you can never work again, you have to put yourself in that position. I have $500,000, right, Brian?
Yeah, it's the underlying policy, yep.
And I have an umbrella that actually kicks up my uninsured to another $1 million or $2 million.
$1 million, yep.
$1 million.
$1 million, yep.
Plus whatever coverage the other person had. My maximum, if I was hurt like that, is like, you know, depending on the coverage of the other driver, but the minimum is going to be $1.5 million.
Right.
So, but that is catastrophic stuff. You don't insure yourself simply based upon your liability. Most people look at insurance the wrong way. Well, it's the right way and the wrong way. They look at it, all I need is coverage for what my assets are. I don't have any assets. I live in an apartment and I ride a bicycle. I've got $80 in the bank and live paycheck to paycheck. I don't need anything but $2,550. Well, that's easy to say until you get hit by someone and can never work again for the rest of your life. That's where the coverage comes in. So I just want to, I just really, in fact, speaking of that, Kathleen, what is your story on uninsured motorist?
Hey there. I just want to tell everybody out there if they don't have it, they're really, really stupid, because it's something that you should have on every policy. Because my daughter got hit by a little old grandma. She had $25,000 max. Uninsured motorist kicked in for us, and her bills were over $50,000, and that would have been something we would have had to pay for.
Oh, of course.
But we got the uninsured motorist, and they're taking care of it. So,
yeah. So basically what happens...
And we got the limit.
So what happens with uninsured, how it works in the personal injury realm, and I know this from John Fuller, you go after... Hey, thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate that, and I hope some people learn by that. But you go after the other... Let's say you got a $100,000 claim. I'm just making numbers up. And the other party's only got $2,550. So you can get $25,000 from them, but you still have $75,000 in damage. Then you go after your own insurance company, your own coverage. In fact, you basically are treating them, or they're being treated as, the other insurance company at that point, and you go after them for that difference.
That's right, and it isn't just medical bills. To your point, it is lost wages.
It's everything.
It's pain and suffering. It's the thing that you would have gotten if someone had insurance. But whenever you're looking out there and realize that a big percentage of people out there either don't have insurance or they're carrying the minimums, that's why uninsured motorists is such a big deal.
All right, hold tight. Hey, Herb, what is going on with you, man? Real quick, then I'm going to put you on hold and come back to you. Herb.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? Give me something to think about over the break. What do you got?
Okay, what I got is I had a company come out and do a roof, had the hail damage and everything.
Okay.
Everything's done. Now they had an attorney send me a letter demanding I pay him another $2,900.
All right, hold tight. 303-713-8255. We have a line open. Ripped off, taken advantage of. Any insurance question, any issue whatsoever. We'll be right back.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver.
Construction today include westbound I-70 between Lowell and Sheridan, Wadsworth northbound between 38th and I-70, C-470 out on the west side. There's construction, minor slowing westbound between Bellevue and Morrison Road, and 6th Avenue westbound between I-25 and Sheridan. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a chance for isolated thunderstorms this afternoon, highs in the mid-90s. For tomorrow, again, a chance for storms with highs in the upper 90s. Currently, it's 78. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Liberty. Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wills, trusts, powers of attorneys, medical directives, beneficiaries' deeds. Unfortunately, these are things most of us don't like thinking about because they kind of mean that end of lifetime, but that's not really true. You need to have a will, you might need to have a trust, and in certain other situations, you might need a medical directive or a power of attorney. I want you to call Blake Harris. His number is 833 Ask Blake. I've personally used him. What I loved about it, I called him up. I explained our situation, how I wanted everything to go when Suzanne and I passed. He said, Mark, you need a trust. You need a will. Here's what we need to do. He gave me one price, one straightforward price after that conversation, flat rate pricing. Then he delivered the will, delivered the trust, and it was as simple as that. Anything you need, flat rate pricing, protect your legacy, asset protection, lawsuit prevention, 833 Ask Blake. That's 833 Ask Blake. Frank Duran, the real estate man. I'm going to get this guy on later. The housing market, I talked to Frank this morning. The housing market right now, according to a CNBC report that I read this morning, Colorado is the second falling prices in housing. I said to Frank, man, are you seeing a difference in there? He goes, Mark, most of these realtors that came on the market have only been here through the good times. They have no idea how to market and make the same money on a house they could have 6 months ago. I can do it. I do it every single day. In fact, I'm driving to a closing right now. Frank Duran, the real estate man, sells more homes in 1 month than most realtors sell in an entire year. Check him out at frankduranhomes.com.
Our crazy finance.
Did you say this caller is the second?
Yeah, I got that thing I am going to talk about. It's crazy, man.
In the entire country, Colorado's prices are falling the fastest, or what it was the...
I'm gonna tell you the exact term.
So there was a blurb on the news today that Denver is the #1 market for stolen cars.
Really?
That I can't believe that that it's more than other big cities like San Francisco, New Orleans, or New York.
You come back with I can't drive 55 if you can get it. Here it is. Top 10 markets seeing cuts in asking prices. Top 10 markets across the country seeing cuts in asking prices. Number 1, Boise, Idaho, 61.5% of listings over the last X amount of time. Cut the price. Literally cut the price of the home. Denver is second.
Really?
Salt Lake City third. Tacoma, Sacramento, Seattle, Portland, Tampa, Indianapolis. Top 10.
Yeah, all the ones that had an explosion are now contracting.
More home sellers are dropping their asking prices as rising mortgage interest rates and inflation have eased
coming down
but they're not
in their
cutting it by
advertising.
61%.
Oh my God, no.
No, 61% are cutting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's Denver talking about?
55.1.
American Financial Response in your show, Brownie. Okay.
Surprising it doesn't run for 2.
That's the crazy.
Yeah.
But we kind of knew we were the craziest. I would have never thought Boise, Idaho.
Did they have an explosion or something?
No idea. I have no clue, man.
I wonder if just that counts. Isn't Sun Valley in Idaho the big ski area? Maybe a lot of people are buying houses like they couldn't afford.
A ski area in Idaho?
Yeah, Sun Valley.
Okay.
It's a huge.
That's the last place I'd ever think of going skiing. Interesting, Doc. I just think of potatoes. I don't think of anything but potatoes.
Yeah, I mean it gets cold.
Man. I don't know if you can find this at some point. The old Toys R Us jingle. I'm a Toys R Us kid. They got a million toys at Toys R Us to play with, from bikes and chains. Probably not chains. From bikes and chains to video. There's no way it's chains.
Trains.
You know, bikes and trains. That's right. Yeah, do you guys have any chains?
So who is which is more embedded in your brain, the tree farm or Cars for Kids?
They're all stuck, man. There's this one compartment that they all go to, and they rattle around. Sometimes they get mixed up.
You know what other ones?
I'll be driving to Toys R Us and end up at the tree farm.
You know what else is getting embedded in my brain?
That's it.
What about the chicken? Put it in parm?
Oh, yeah.
Chicken.
Redbird.
Isn't there one for the flea market that's on the lot?
That one I haven't heard for a while.
I haven't heard in a while either.
Which one is that?
The flea market?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever go there?
I did go there. I've been there once.
I have never been to Mile High Flea Market.
I haven't either.
I've been to a huge flea market in Jersey, but I've never been out here.
Yeah, I've been one time. I was going there to pick up this like little motorcycle scooter.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us.
There's like a million people, right? They kind of just set up their own area.
It's in the middle of nowhere.
First 30 seconds.
Is any of it indoors?
3 minutes.
Well, their shops have covers. Yeah, for the most part.
Got it.
It's all junk, right, Brian?
It's
Loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guyries, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have a couple lines open, ripped off, taken advantage of. Any questions that you have that can help you through life or help you go after the bad guys, that's what this show's about. By the way, 303 Martino works on and off the air. You can always call up. We'll call you back when the show's not going on, and then we'll set something up or try to help you out. And then help, H-E-L-P, at Troubleshooter.com works as well. And for folks that are new to the show, sit down, because I'm going to give you a number that's staggering. Over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, services, directly due to this show. You know how much we charge? Nada. Nada. Not a lotta. $300 million we've recouped for people like you that have been ripped off or taken advantage of. 303-713-8255. Now, I want to go back to Herb. Herb, how are you, man? So you had a roof put on, and how much was the original contract on it? Was it from a hailstorm?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead. How much was the original contract, roughly?
$26,253.
Okay, so they got into it, and then I assume your insurance company paid the $26,252?
Yeah.
And then you paid your deductible, is that correct?
Well, no. How it originally happened is, I heard about the insurance adjusters and used the one Paragon that you guys use. He came out. He talked to my insurance company.
Hey, let me ask you something about that. Hey, Herb, let me ask you something about that. So originally, when your insurance company came out, what were they offering you? Forget about the roofing problem for a second. What were they offering you? Why did you get Matt involved with Paragon?
I got Matt involved immediately because I just thought, instead of dealing with an insurance company,
Cool.
I'll just get involved immediately.
Very smart. What was the total claim that Matt got for you? Total price of everything?
Oh, it was about $30,000.
$30,000. I bet without him you wouldn't have got 20, but that's just an entirely different topic. So what I want to ask you now is this roofer, $26,252, he got paid that, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to just guess something right now. Tell me if I'm wrong. I could be going down my own rabbit hole. But here's the deal. I would guess there was supplemental claims, and he had to do other things because almost every single, and Brian, chime in on this, almost every single roof claim that has to do with hail, the initial amount doesn't mean anything. It's the supplementals and what it means when it's done.
Yeah, because they'll usually require you to actual cash value check to begin with, and then you can pick up the difference once you actually get the work done.
But if that's not your issue, what is? Why is the roofer, I think you said the roofer's looking for another couple grand or something?
Another $3,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
and why is the roofer looking for another $3,000? And who's the roofer, by the way?
Genesis.
Genesis Exteriors?
Yeah.
Well, I know, Mark. They're on a referral list. They're good guys. I mean, are you saying he didn't do the other work?
No. They did the work. It was great. I liked them. I liked them so much. I even had them do a construction project over $100,000. Did my bathroom. Did my kitchen. I thought they were great. No,
Herb.
This was all
I keep
good.
calling him Herb. I got to correct this on the board here. Herb. What on this extra $3,000? It really is this simple. I'm glad you used them and did the $100,000 project. I assume you were happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now on this one, if they did, are you saying he didn't do an additional $3,000 worth of work?
Well, not that I ever asked. Everything that he did was on the original agreement.
But wouldn't
no one ever said
Herb,
anything.
your insurance company should be paying for these supplementals anyhow. How much did your insurance company? Let's cut to it. In fact, I got to take a break just because they're here, and I'll come right back to you. Here's the number I want from you when we come back. I swear to God, I just want this number, Herb. I want to know how much you got just for the roof from your insurance company. Was it that 30, and you were under the impression because the initial agreement with Mark was $26,252, that's all you were going to pay? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Was there truly supplementals you got paid for that they actually did the work, but you do not want to pay it because the original contract amount was $26,252? That's the question I'm going to answer when we come back. Garrett, Mary, Jerry. Garrett, Mary, Jerry. You guys hang on. My name's Mark Major. This is the Troubleshooter Network.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Right now we're looking at a pretty nice flow of traffic up and down I-25. No problems between Thornton and Castle Rock. I-70, you do have some construction today westbound between Lowell and Sheridan. At the moment, it's not really causing you any major impactful slowing. If you're traveling along 6th Avenue westbound, some slower traffic between I-25 and Sheridan due to construction. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. We have a chance for isolated thunderstorms this afternoon with highs into the mid-90s. For tomorrow, again, a chance for storms with highs in the upper 90s. Currently, it's 80. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Some banks can make it complicated to redeem credit card rewards. But with Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Talk about amazing. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Exteriors, can you believe it? I'm doing a commercial about Genesis, and we're talking about them. You know what I love about people on our referral list? And the caller we have on literally is proving the point. If people are on our referral list and there's an issue with them, they'll come on the air. They'll talk about it. We'll call them up. You can feel free to call us. That's why I love talking about Genesis Exteriors. Mark will come on and talk about this the second we call him. But the other thing is, you know how many complaints I get about Mark? Almost zero. This guy is wonderful. He has worked at my house. They have painted our house. They've done our siding. They've done numerous things at our house. And I got to say something. 20 plus years in the business. He always stands up for stuff. And here's the stuff they do. You ready? They do siding. They do doors. They do windows. They do roofs. Anything exterior on your house, I want you to give these guys a call. They do free estimates. 303-474 4317, 303-474-4317, Genesis Exteriors. I want you to check them out. Now, I want to tell you about Joe Lazzara. This is an attorney that I truly hope you never, ever, ever need. And I'll tell you why. He's a criminal law attorney. His entire goal in life is to keep you out of jail, basically. His idea, he wants to help you out if you get yourself in a bind. That's really all there is to it. If you need a criminal attorney for any reason whatsoever, call Joe. He specializes in stuff like DUI and assault, domestic violence. He has flat rate pricing on some stuff like DUIs. But the bottom line is we've already done the shopping for you. If you need a criminal defense attorney, it's the worst time not to have the phone number because you're going to be probably in jail or facing jail, and you're going to have to start looking at Google, and that's the last thing you want. You want to call Joe. He knows the judges. He knows the DAs. He can cut a deal. And more importantly, if you're innocent, he can get in front of a jury and prove it. 303-429-6200, Joseph A. Lazara. He'll talk to you for free over the phone. 303-429-6200.
Severe weather is on the rise every year.
David Ellis posted bottom line, we're not doing this spot. That's why I went long on the one spot.
Mark.
But don't fire off the Ellis spot. Keep it as undone, you know what I'm saying?
Mark.
I'll make notes, yes.
Mark, can you hear me?
But I had to fill the time, just because I should have looked, man. Yeah, babe.
She's coming by with ACH payment today for me to run payment for July. Just so you know, I don't know how you guys do that.
Well, where did Tom want it left? Where did Tom want it left? The last thing he told me.
When he pays for July, we'll start doing it.
Okay, so as soon as you tell me he's paid, I'll start doing it. Make sense?
Is different from other leading CBD brands.
Yeah, we have dosages meant to affect clinical outcomes. Max release is 5,000 milligrams.
Boy, that's unbelievable, man. We get a complaint on a company, and literally the first commercial out of the chute is Genesis. It's like shit. You know what you do? You hit it. You just hit it face on. What do you do?
Don't they do interiors also?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
right now on interiors, he doesn't even want to work. They are so busy.
Okay.
Well, it's so hard to get stuff.
Because you didn't
Herb.
in the commercial was all
Is Herb actually a name? Is there anyone really named Herb?
No, but Herb is a common name.
Well, it used to be. Herbert.
Called Herb.
Yeah, maybe you need to change it to Herbert on your thing so you don't see
Herb. I don't know what I am. Things I'm going to talk about. Denver being the second on homes, that's not a good sign, man, at all. The other thing is Toys R Us.
What about Toys R Us?
What do you think about Toys R Us?
Aren't they out of business?
They were.
They came back?
They're coming back.
Okay, I didn't know that.
They're fucking morons, if you ask me. You're bringing back a dead business model. But it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. But I'm not going to tell you what it is yet.
A word for Family Guy. Come on.
What did Toys R Us have to do with Family Guy?
No, but those were both dead franchises that came back.
Oh, that's true.
You know.
I don't see this working. No way, Jose. Not with Walmart and Amazon.
Is it a big box store mentality still? They're still going to have like the physical stores?
They're going to be brick and mortar.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But it's not going to be what you're thinking.
Okay.
Don't look it up.
I won't.
That's why I hate talking about shit. People are looking it up.
I'm not looking.
It's fascinating, but I think it's the dumbest model I've ever heard. Although I understand why they're doing it, I just don't think it's going to work. Do you guys remember the days of KB? You would go through the mall and every store had a KB.
Yep.
But it wasn't as fun as Toys R Us because Toys R Us was bigger.
Toys R Us was, as a kid, shit, there was nothing like it.
But KB, they had like 2 aisles, and you're like, well, that's it? That's all you got?
That's it.
But
you're
that's
right.
all you got.
Toys R Us was ridiculous. You know, the last time I went into one with our kids was over by Park Meadows, or across the street. It was literally a hellhole, though, man. It wasn't even clean. I mean, it was just nasty.
What was the huge one in New York?
There you just talk.
What was the huge one in New York called?
FAO Schwartz.
FAO Schwartz.
Suzanne, didn't we go there when we went to New
Yeah,
York?
we did.
It's like 5 stories or something.
Yeah, and that's gone too, right? That one's...
843. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Listen, we've got a ton going on. I'm always going to let you know when a line's open. But bottom line, you've been ripped off, taken advantage of. That's what this show's about. If you're new to the show, stick to it. We're going to be around for 3 more hours. You're going to love it. You're going to see people actually get money recouped. You're going to see the whole bit. Something I am going to talk about, I'm going to go right back to Herb in a second, but something I'm going to talk about next hour is mind-numbing to me. I don't want people to look it up on Google. I want to be the first to tell you. But it's got to do with Toys R Us, and it's going to blow your mind. I can't believe what they're doing. Toys R Us, I thought, was like the dodo bird. Oh, the days. I love this.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
They got the best for so much less, it'll really flip your
Yeah,
life.
okay, they got the best for so much less. I'm going to argue that. Walmart always undercut them like you wouldn't believe. Amazon came along and put them where they belonged, out back in the barn shot.
Gee whiz.
But guess what they're going to do? We're going to talk about that next hour. Now, back to Herb. Herb, I'm sorry, man. You know, honestly, you have a problem with the referral list member. I want to get you helped out, but please, is that the bottom line? You thought it was going to be 26. They did extra work, and you want to keep the money. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. Is that what happened?
No, they did no extra work.
Okay, so I'm going to call up Mark, and he's going to say that he didn't do any other work. What would you guess Mark's going to tell me? Because I could guarantee Mark's not going to say, we had an agreement for $26,252, and I decided not to do any more work but charge him another $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah, I tried to call Mark up several times. They would never let me talk to him.
All right. Let's do this. Suzanne, do we have Herb's information?
Yeah, we do.
All right, I'm going to call Mark during the break, and I'm going to figure out if that's it. So, Herb, hang tight, man. Simple as that. Hang tight. We're going to get it figured out. If that's the case, I promise you they will not be charging you that money if that's the case. Herb, I'm going to bring you back up. Listen to me. You have my word. If they didn't do extra work and the contract was $26,252 and your insurance company only paid out X and no extra work was done, I'm going to get it to where that's not going to be. You're not going to owe it. Okay?
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome. Hold tight. Make sure we get his information. 303-713-8255. Garrett, what does this mean? It says a car dealer is pulling out of a deal. What does that mean?
Yeah. Hi, Mark. So I started with talking with car dealers around March this year. Cars getting old, started to look for a new one.
Yeah.
My mom's been a fan of the show, so she decided to give them a call and ask what's the best way to buy a new car in this market today.
Where'd you go?
So I believe it was Tom she talked to, and he mentioned that Sean Honda up in Denver does not charge dealer and handling fees.
I don't know anybody. Now, I don't think Tom has said that. I know I haven't said it, but I'll tell you this, Garrett. I don't know anybody, and I mean anybody, that doesn't charge it. But if they told you a price on the car, what the total price is going to be, and it's higher, I don't agree with them doing that. But hold tight. You'll be my next, as soon as we come back after this, you'll be my next up. And over the break, I'm going to actually look at their website and see how they sell different cars up at shop. Now, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance, you're going to be with us for the next few hours, but the bottom line is I want people to call up your place, either during the break, during the show, 303-996-9000. I want you to make sure they're not underinsured, and I mean it, not just car insurance, but more importantly, home insurance, because what we found out, this is unbelievable, 93% of people affected in the Boulder fire were underinsured. Some of them will never rebuild, lost everything. It's crazy. These guys will check it out for you. 303-996-5000.
As a marketer, you want to reach every...
Adults, teens, millennials, but it's not like these groups all hang out in the same place, right? Actually wrong. They're all right here, listening to radio commercials.
Hey, make sure I'm up in here.
Radio ads connect with 90.
You know what I mean, right?
Every week. That's more than Google.
You know, Mark, I tell people that all the time.
What's that?
That if they use the referral list and they're not happy, we hold their feet to the fire. Like no other people do that.
Oh, my God. That's why, I'll tell you what, sometimes that's why we struggle with, I'll tell you, struggle with when it comes to that. New car sales. Dealers, you know, the only one we really have is Jim Janicelli, largest dealer in largest Dodge dealer in Colorado Springs.
And he's in the Springs, right?
Yep, and we do commercials for him. We do everything. He's one of Deal and Doug's GMs, but we kill for him. We do great for him. Most car dealerships are terrified of the show. They're fucking terrified.
Does Rolly still do stuff with you guys?
Nope.
No more, huh?
I don't even know if Rolly's in it anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. He might have. I think he might still own it, but he's not day to day at all.
Yeah, because he was a frequent flyer here.
He was for years, like 20 years, I think. I was gone for 10 plus. Rolly was there. Then I was gone for 10, and when I came back, Rolly was still here. So I mean, Rolly's forever. Let me see here. Genesis.
Speaking through a translator, Zelenska urged the U.S.
If Mark doesn't answer, I'm going to have you text him and tell him to answer my call. Hey, it's Mark. Is Mark there?
The U.S. is set to send another military package that includes a long-range artillery system.
You know, just all I want is, this guy, here's what he's telling me. I don't know if you guys were listening or not, but the bottom line is, he's saying the contract was $26,000. You guys did no extra work, and now you want an extra $3,000. So what's the scoop?
This month, but did not show up for a court case. Existing home sales slowed again in June for the fifth.
So they are. What are the supplements? Can you tell me?
The median price for a home now $416,000, a jump of more than 13% last month. This is ABC.
Okay.
Italy is not only in the midst of a drought and a heat wave.
How much did his insurance company pay out?
I've never felt so proud to be Italian.
For the roof stuff.
Hang tight. Mark's talking to Mark Szymanski. Hang on.
Okay. So basically, he got paid $30,000 for the roof. He got paid $33,000, and you guys got $26,000 of it. Now, is he going to tell me that $33,000 was other stuff, or he's going to at least acknowledge that's the roof? Or who knows? So he's... trust me, I get he's pocketing, he wants to pocket $5,000. That's the bottom line, or whatever it is.
Analysts say nostalgia is fueling their return. There were no winners in last night's Mega Millions drawing, so the prize just climbed to $630 million.
So he hasn't paid his deductible either?
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree?
Yeah, but then the insurance sent him directly the supplementals?
401-6681. Reputation Defender is one of the most trusted names.
Oh, my God.
Reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience.
And all you're looking for is how much right now?
And we can help you, too, using cutting-edge approaches.
And you're looking for just his deductible. That's it.
To lower pages of your search results.
And his deductible is $2,900.
We also promote the good stuff so that it rises.
All right, thank you. Bye. Why do I even... Here's the problem. Because you're a referral list member and I'm talking about him, I almost treat him worse than if it was a regular call. I knew Herb's story would be exactly what I fucking said. Although it's even worse. He got paid he got $33,000 total from his insurance company. $33,000.
Good luck,
He
Herb.
paid them the first check of $26,000. He never paid them the deductible, and it sounds like he had a percentage deductible because it was $2,922 for the deductible. He's never paid them that. That's all they want. But he also got another $3,000 for other supplementals.
So let me ask you though, Mark, when you're going into this, if Genesis has a bill for $26,000. This is our contract, and I'm not saying that's what.
No, it's a roofing contract. Yep.
Here's $26,000. This is what we're going to do it for. Who cares what the insurance pays?
Here's why.
They paid $26,000.
Here's why. Because that contract also says, and any supplemental damage we find. And
as long as there is supplemental.
Oh,
but have
absolutely.
they shown what it is?
Yeah, they have an exact list of the supplemental, and most of the supplemental was a labor increase. Because they couldn't do the labor at the same price they initially quoted because the guy waited so long. But the insurance company agreed to pay the new labor rate. So
they negotiated with the insurance company. The insurance company gives the extra money, and now he doesn't want to give it to them.
Nor does he want to give the deductible, which is even crazy.
Okay. This report is sponsored by I just know sometimes contractors, and I'm saying...
But it's so... My whole point with that, though, is it's so hard to do that because let's say that was, roofer, ABC roofer, someone I have no idea, never heard of, never dealt with, never had at my house, never advertised for, hasn't been around for 20 years. The first thing I would go to is the same shit.
Yeah.
I bet you anything that you got more money from the insurance company and wanted to keep it.
Right.
Because we get that call constantly.
All the time.
But then when it turns out to be someone on a referral list, it's like, I almost want to act tougher on it. You know what I'm saying?
But you want people to realize that you're not just giving them a free pass.
I know, which isn't really fair to the referral list member, which is the part that's fucking crazy.
Side where I don't like it with contractors, they see extra money even if they didn't agree to that work or didn't do it. It's not their money either. You know what I mean? It's like, well, why all of a sudden you see that they got $30,000? Now my price just went up $4,000 because I want that money.
And there is nothing wrong. In fact, I'll talk about this on air. I'll talk about how I did my roof and my stuff because I did it completely different than most people do it.
Yeah.
What company was out? Do you remember? The one that paid us, Matt got me that 70. It's not who I have now.
It's not Safeco?
No, it was right before them. In fact, you switched me to Safeco when I actually did the old claim. And it was a weird one, and you told me they either went to complete actual cash value or they pulled out of Colorado altogether. I thought it was like U.S. I don't know.
I can look it up.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh.
Witnessing our middle part cuts, put in t-shirts and
Okay. Crazy shit, man.
Listen to Todd Meets World on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay cool, no AC, QCColorado.com. Whole house band, QCColorado.com. Now, your chance to
Win $1,000. Gas money. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. If you're new to the show, I want to explain something to you. We don't just say that, we mean it. If you have been ripped off or taken advantage of, it could be a bad landlord. Could be a bad anything. It could be a bad neighbor. You know how many bad neighbor calls we've gotten involved in? We had one. Suzanne, you remember the one where the house next door had these lights that were so bright that were on at night.
Gosh.
They would even shine through the guy's shades. It was
They
incredible.
were like industrial lights.
It sounded so stupid to begin with, but after we went out there and investigated, it was crazy. We even went to the point where we had the city come out, and they acknowledged they were too bright. I didn't even know there was like a light ordinance on too bright of lights after a certain time. And so that's what I'm trying to explain to people. Any issue you have, you'd be shocked. And we don't charge anything for it. We just, we use it as entertainment. Let's tell it how it is. 303-713-8255. When there's an open line, I will always remind you. I'm going to go back to Herb in a minute. Herb called in. He actually had an issue with Genesis Exteriors. I talked to Genesis during the break, and I'm going to tell everybody what we updated on there. But I also want to tell everybody out there, Panacea, man, do they make the best CBD out there. I went and toured the facility, and it is incredible. It's in Golden. They bought an old CU laboratory, and it is a massive place. You realize you want the best CBD? It's these guys, and here's why. It is literally seed to sale. They control every aspect, all the way up to the packaging and even the shipping out to you. As far as price goes, if you put in the promo code TOM, and I'll give you the website in a second, you're going to save a fortune as well. You're going to get the best quality CBD out there, and you're going to get a very fair, if not the best price. RealCBDThatWorks.com. That's RealCBDThatWorks.com. Now, I want to talk about one thing, then I promise I'll go right back to the phones. Toys R Us This is driving me insane. Pull that up and just kind of loop it in the back. But this is driving me absolutely insane. I'm going to tell you guys what they're going to do this holiday season. You ready? They're opening up in Macy's. Inside Macy's, in my opinion, which is a failing department store. Now, I'm not saying they're actually failing. I don't know their P&L. I don't know where they stand. But what I mean by that is it is so old school. Who goes to Macy's? Honest to God, has anybody here been to Macy's? Don't lie. Come on, Brian. No?
I haven't been to Macy's in a long time.
Dragon, when's the last time you were in any big box mall store?
What's a Macy's?
Exactly. Suzanne?
I go to big box stores, Mark. I was just at Park Meadows a few weeks ago.
You were in Macy's?
Well, not Macy's, but Dillard's.
Which store?
Dillard's.
Dillard's?
Yeah, looking
What's
at their
Dillard's?
shoes.
I agree with Dragon. What's Macy's?
Wait, what did you buy in Dillard's?
I didn't. I was just looking at their shoes. They've got a great shoe selection.
Okay. Well, first of all, I forbid you to go into the mall anymore. Please write that down and remind me. As of 11:10 a.m. on whatever date this is, 7:20, Suzanne, my lovely wife, is now forbidden to go to the mall. We'll see how long that lasts. I can assure you that. I can assure you in every which way. She'll probably stop by the mall today.
Hey, Suzanne,
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take you after the show.
So here's the deal, though. They're opening, Toys R Us is going to reopen in a bunch of Macy's. I cannot believe it. It's going to range from like 1,000 square foot section up to some of Macy's flagship stores up to like 20,000 square feet. Now, who goes to buy toys anywhere but Walmart or Amazon anymore? I mean, my kids are up and grown, but if you have little kids, the last place I would go to buy a toy is Macy's. I would think if the toy was $8 at Walmart and $9 on Amazon, it's going to be $75 at Macy's. I'm not kidding. I cannot believe they're going back and reopening up Toys R Us, a failed business model. Now, who's doing worse? Is it Macy's that's trying to attract what? The little kids? I mean, what is Macy's trying to attract now? People that... So you're going to walk into Macy's to buy a G.I. Joe or a Cabbage Patch Kid. God, I'm dating myself. There's people listening going, what the hell is a Cabbage Patch Kid?
I don't think people go to Macy's to buy toys. I think Toys R Us is saying nobody's going to go to Toys R Us, but if they're in Macy's, it's a point of sale.
That's my whole point, though, Doc. I don't know which one's dumber. Macy's decision to do it, unless if they're simply offsetting the lease by these wackos.
Yeah, Macy's has nothing to lose.
But who goes... Okay, when you went into Dillard's, Suzanne, in all honesty, when you walked in, how many people are like in a Dillard's now? Is it like walking into Super Walmart?
It's not as busy as the Super Walmart, but there's several people shopping through.
I want to go out and do man on the street.
Some people like to put their hands on the products, me.
Here's what I'd like to do. Dragon, I would like to send you out one of these days. We'll figure it out. I'll get it signed off because I heard you actually, at one point, someone kicked you in the gonads on air or something. Is this correct?
Thereabouts.
Thereabouts,
yeah.
Okay. So two things. One, would you be willing to go out to a department store of my choice and do a remote?
Sure.
And
why
we're
not?
just going to ask people why they're there, basically.
Yeah, fair enough.
We might ask, what side of the aisle they're on. We're going to try to dig out information from people that are in these places. Figure out who they are. And if you run into my wife there, make sure, that would be crazy. Now, the other thing I'd like you to do, Suzanne, what did we just get?
What?
Stun guns.
Oh, yeah, right.
I bought stun guns for the whole family.
You're a romantic.
It was not free.
Exactly, Brian.
My daughter's getting ready to go off to law school. So, this is the first time my darling child is not going to be under our roof. And I said, I'm going to get her a stun gun. And then I started thinking, geez, I should probably get one for Suzanne. And, if they both have one, I want one. But would you take a stun gun? Now, this I don't think iHeart's going to sign off on. But I was thinking about how you took what was it, a golf club? What did you do?
I stepped on rakes. I got wedgied, all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so would you take a stun gun to the privates?
No, but I'd definitely take a stun gun, though.
I wouldn't. Oh my God! I just hit the crackle on it. I didn't want to hit the crackle again.
I actually asked one of my former program directors, like, "Hey, can I do this?" And being over 350 pounds at the time, he looked at me up and down and goes, "No."
He said, "No way."
Yeah, but now that I'm skinnier, I'm happy to do it.
All right, 303-713-8255. Garrett, I'm sorry, he just dropped off. I told him I'd go right back to him, but I didn't. But let me finish up with Herb. I promise I'll get to the phones. I get sidetracked easy. They're called bunny holes, rabbit holes. By the way, in studio with me, Brian Burns. That's the other voice you hear, and Deputy Doc. 303-996-9000 is Compass Insurance. What I really want people to do is call up that number right now. He's got a great team there. He's going to either save you money on any policy you have now, and if he can't save you money, they're honest. They're going to tell you, but more importantly, they're going to make sure at no charge to you that you actually have the proper coverage, so you do not end up like these 93% of people in Boulder. God, that's an amazing number, Brian. How is it that 93% of people that lost their home were underinsured? It seems impossible.
It was the perfect storm that we talked about, where you had 1,000 homes all at once that, were burned down. And so now you've got this overwhelming amount of need for these contractors. And obviously the cost of lumber and everything else hit at the perfect time. But then you have this competition where these contractors are going to charge what they want to, because they have an overabundance of people, of demand ultimately. And so it was almost impossible to predict that kind of loss.
Well, I agree with that, and I understand when you have something catastrophic in one area, how that can create supply chain issues, labor issues, and that's going to drive the price up on top of everything else going on in the world right now, supply chain.
Right.
But you looked at my house, and my house was underinsured, and we did not have, and I'm glad you did this. I mean, this is why we've used you guys forever. We were underinsured. So my only point in saying that is there's a ton of people out there, whether they had a fire in the area or not, that are literally underinsured right now, and they have no idea.
Oh, the vast majority of people are underinsured right now.
Which is crazy.
Yep.
I know you guys reach out to your clients and go, hey, we just looked at the rebuilding price like you did for me, and guess what? You've got to spend a little more money, or else if something catastrophic happens, you simply aren't going to have any money to rebuild.
Yeah, and I mean, our purpose, and even today, our purpose is that we want people to understand what they have. If they're comfortable with their limit, that's one thing. But, because we can't force people to increase their dwelling amount. We just want them to be aware, and they know that if something happens, this is the most I'm going to get. And if they're comfortable with that, that's great. But, yeah, you're right. When you're looking at what the rebuild cost is, majority of people don't have enough coverage.
So, listen, 303-996-9000. Call up. They're going to tell you if you're underinsured. There's nothing. The rebuild is what it is. It's not like Brian and his entire team at Compass go, well, we think it's going to cost this. The number is what it is. You guys use a tool that says what the number is. It's not like you could inflate it or not inflate it. The number is what it is, right?
Yeah, there's a replacement cost estimate that gives you an idea of what the rebuild cost would be. But I will tell you that off that Boulder fire, it wasn't accurate. That's the tool we've been given. But when you actually are seeing that the rebuild costs are $320, $350 a square foot, those cost estimators aren't caught up to date on that.
Yes.
So, you just have to know what the real cost is right now.
Here's the other thing. If you're not underinsured, this will blow you away. I bet you right now, if you call up 303-996-9000, they can beat your automotive and they can beat your homeowners. They can beat virtually your umbrella. Any insurance you have, I bet they can beat. Now, they don't do health insurance, but they do commercial stuff, garage keepers for people that own shops like I used to. They do all kinds of commercial stuff. But my point is, even if you're not underinsured, you should find out. But on top of that, if you let them compare prices, because they represent, 30, 40 different companies compared to someone like State Farm that only represents who?
State Farm.
That's it. Allstate. Who do they represent?
Just Allstate.
So if someone like Progressive has a better price, your agent at Allstate is never going to tell you. You might be able to get way better insurance, way more better coverage, the proper coverage, probably more importantly than anything, at a lower cost. 303-996-9000. Herb, I promise I'm coming back to you. I talked to Mark. Dragon's going to kick my butt if I don't go to break, and I promise I will get right to Jerry, Mary, and Herb after this.
This is Dan Kaplis. Over the past 35 years, I've had the privilege of representing many wonderful people whose lives have been devastated by a crash caused by a truck. Our firm has the real-world results that prove our hard-earned expertise in trucking cases. And because we take righteous cases, good folks from all walks of life can take advantage. If you're the victim of a truck crash, give me a call. Happy to show you our track record. 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com.
I need to tell you about a company that I use, and I absolutely love them. Excel Roofing. Jay Bretz is the owner. I've known Jay for, God, almost 10 years now. He came out. He did our entire roof after a hailstorm. And the greatest part about it is he told me about all the different products. You know, there's Class 4 shingles and there's hailproof shingles. I went with a hailproof. I got a beautiful synthetic plastic. It's fireproof, and it can take up to a 2-inch hail ball. And if we get those, let me tell you, it's Armageddon out there. But I'll never pay a deductible again for hail and wind. That's how strong this roof is. These guys are unbelievable. You never pay any money up front. In fact, with Excel, you don't pay a cent until you're content. They're from Colorado Springs, pretty much down to Fort Collins. They even have a place up in Wyoming. I want you to check them out at excelroofing.com. That's excelroofing.com.
Being present and in the moment for family activities was impossible because Will Burt was so focused.
Okay, who did I do? Did I do Panacea? Yes, I did. The hardest thing for me is keeping track of all the waterman.
I don't think you did the waterman yet.
Like, here we go. Here's redo. I did not do the waterman yet.
No, you did not.
Treatments at QC Kinetics. No surgery or steroids. The procedure took place in the office, and Will walked right out.
I feel great. There's no pain. There's no tenderness.
Patients like Will are feeling amazing and living their best.
Have you ever noticed that 100% of the time, when you ask a politician about they're going to cut spending, what are you going to cut, they will not answer because immediately they will lose all of those votes?
Yeah.
They never specify what they're going to cut.
8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. Stephen Shana from Williams Jewelers.
Has all the buzz about lab-grown diamonds got you curious?
Today, consumers have a choice between natural earth mined and lab-grown diamonds.
If you want to learn about all diamonds, come to Williams Jewelers. Denver's diamond engagement and wedding night store.
Did I miss Century, or did you just add that for next break?
No, this is next break. This is next break. Next break. I'm just trying to stay on top of the game.
Thank you.
You'll get our very best price right up front.
Isn't that refreshing?
Look, it's a brave new world with more options than ever, and they're all here for you right now at Williams Jewelers in Inglewood, at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit. Denver's diamond engagement and wedding ring store. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines. In Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, and in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Divorce touches all areas of your life. Family, friends.
I'm doing this Paul the Waterman spot, so it made me think of Parker Water and Sanitation District.
You're a guy facing divorce.
And
your chief concern.
they hit me with, like, I don't remember why. They basically hit me with extra money. I was probably, like, using the sprinkler on the wrong day or something. But they fined me, and I got so mad at them. I got ParkerWaterSucks.com. And I was on with Tom on Fridays back then, man. This is 25 years ago. We didn't have a car day. We had a computer day, and I had my computer stores. And I would say that on the air so much, they started getting so many calls saying they suck that it was unbelievable, man. So finally they reached out, and they got rid of my fine for me.
So did you take down the website?
Eventually I did. I don't think I took it down right away, though. I did not.
How much was the fine, out of curiosity?
God, man, I just don't remember.
Like substantial?
Less than the cost of the website.
I don't remember. I have no idea. Well, I owned an internet company, so it cost me back then. A domain was like, $10.
Yeah.
And it was silly looking too, because my development skills were very good. It's like a picture of a pond with shit in it.
I was in my house for 10 years, and for 8 years my water bill was $32.99. I got a bill for $262, and they couldn't figure out why, and they made me pay it. For 10 years, so 120 months, every one was $32.99 because I was single, and that one for 240 something.
That's crazy.
They wouldn't refund my money.
Did you start a website that says
I said,
water sucks? Or
yeah,
whatever it
I did.
God, that was so long ago, dude.
I just had a notice on my door that they were going to turn off my water because of that cross-connection test, the backflow test.
You failed it?
No, I hadn't done it in my house yet.
Oh, did you have a plumb line or someone come out?
I had somebody come out.
Yeah.
Nice and used, yeah.
I forgot about that. I don't have to. I'm on a well now. I get none of that bullshit.
The only reason I do is because the water that we use for irrigation is from a pond.
Yeah.
For the whole neighborhood it is. And so then I have Denver water for my actual interior water. So I guess anytime you have two sources of water, that's where you have to do that cross-connection deal.
Can you get to Herb next, please, and finish up with him?
$18.99. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. One line open, 303 Martino. Been ripped off, taken advantage of, have a question. We're also talking insurance today. Any question on insurance? I mean, commercial policies, homeowners, automotive, anything. By the way, this hour brought to you by Paul the Waterman. I love this guy for numerous reasons, but I'll tell you this. Denver, and I think like a half a dozen, no kidding, a half a dozen Colorado water districts sent out notices saying there's forever chemicals, and you can kind of Google that if you want, but they're chemicals that when we digest them, they basically never go away. They don't ultimately break down. They are exactly that, forever chemicals. There is some high levels in different water districts out there. Paul the Waterman will come out to your house and do a test. He's not one of these guys. It's 100% free, too. He's going to tell you exactly what's going on. If there is anything going on, there's a good chance there isn't. But it's good to take this free test. He's not like my old neighbor that was showing me how he'd go door to door and he'd get a little of the tap water and kind of put a little brown water in it or a little pill or whatever he did. Oh, my God, you need this, that, and everything else. It's just simply not him. He's a real deal, man. In fact, he's a licensed plumber as well. And if you do want a system, maybe for hard water or maybe to get to filter out chemicals, he's got complete systems lower than all the competition. I mean a complete system, a whole house filtration system or a whole house water softening system for under $2,000. I'm not going to say, Culligan, who the competition is, but they could be up to $6,000 or $8,000 for that. 303-862-5554. Water Pros, 303. Call it for that free test. 862-5554. Now, I'm going to go directly back to Herb, and Herb called up. He had a issue with Genesis Exteriors. They did a roof for him. The initial was $26,552. $26,252. And Herb paid them that. He got that initial check from his insurance and then said, hey, Genesis, and I found this out talking to Genesis, I didn't know you had a court date coming up, Herb. I mean, they're basically suing you for the rest of the money. But here's what I got to ask you. I literally asked you this before. Here's what they're saying. I'm just going to cut to it. I talked to Genesis over there. They said the initial amount was $26,252. They got it. You never paid your deductible of $2,922 or $2,904. I wrote down two different numbers. So let's just say $2,900. Is it true you never paid your deductible?
Okay, let me tell you how it
Herb, just answer that. Then you can. How come you have to explain first? Does that mean no, you did not pay it?
It was the deductible was taken out of the check before I ever received it.
What does that mean? Of course it was. Your insurance company has a deductible. That is your responsibility to pay to whomever, the body shop or the roofer or the contractor, whatever it is. Of course they took it out of the check because you're supposed to pay that amount.
Okay. Can I explain or not?
Yeah, go. Okay, you can explain, I promise, but I first want to hear you say, did you pay the deductible or not?
No.
Okay, now explain. Go ahead.
When I originally said, after Paragon went out and the insurance company, and they told me how much I was going to get.
Yep.
The insurance company was going to pay me that much money, which was
$26,252.
Actually, it was $29,560.
Okay.
And then I had to pay Paragon their money, and then I told Matt at Paragon, I said, hey, well, I'm going to go shop this, see if I can, I know how much money I'm getting from the insurance company.
Yep.
I'm going to go see if I can go someplace and see if I can get it done to save my deductible.
Okay.
He said, I know somebody, Genesis.
Yes.
Genesis. And I said, I don't want to, I'm trying to save my deductible and the money to Genesis.
Sure.
Genesis says, we can do it without it. And I said, fine. If you can do it without it, that'll be great. They wrote everything down on the contract, put the amount down, and that was the end of it.
Okay, Herb, first of all,
now they can't come back and say,
Herb, I understand what you're saying. So there's a couple things here, and I really want you to listen to me, okay? My understanding is exactly this. The initial amount you gave them was the $26,252. You did not give them the deductible, but let's even go past the deductible right now. There was other work that needed to be done, and some of the labor actually went up because of all the issues going on. Your insurance company, hold on, your insurance company agreed to pay more for that job. In fact, this number is what basically your insurance company ended up paying out $33,000 to you for the roof. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, how much did they pay out to you?
$29,560.
Okay, minus your deductible, so it is basically $33,000 if you add in your deductible of $2,900. No matter what, all Genesis is looking for is that extra $2,900. That's it. They did extra work and they never got the deductible. I understand your argument. You're saying they said they're going to waive the deductible. The legalities of that and the deals you cut, I don't even care about. But it still doesn't matter. The entire job was $33,000. If you minus, you've got $30,000 for that. They only got paid $26,252. There was extra work there. Forget about the deductible. There was a labor increase and extra work. Do you get that part? That's what they're trying to collect. You can look at it as the deductible or the extra stuff because it doesn't matter. It's the same amount of money, almost $3,000.
No, they did not do any extra work.
Okay. Well, when's your court date?
I don't know. I haven't been served.
And they've been trying to collect for a year, Mark.
They've been trying to collect for a long time. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Herb,
Okay,
you're going to end up going
you.
to court over this. I don't know what else to say, Herb. They're saying they're looking at what your insurance paid out on it. You had a $33,000 claim. You paid them $26,252. That's a $6,000 difference. They're only looking for $2,900, and they've been trying to collect it for over a year, Herb.
That's not true.
Okay. He's going to end up in court. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
He could tell the judge it's not true.
Yeah, we'll go one more step. Just tell Mark, tell the people at Genesis Exteriors to send over whatever his insurance company. I want to see the actual paperwork on it. Let's see, because someone's not telling the truth, and we're going to figure it out. Simple as that. And honestly, Herb, I don't think you're listening to me. If you got $33,000 and you only paid them $26,252, there's a $6,000 difference. They're only looking looking for a $3,000 difference. Whether that's your deductible, which, by the way, you are supposed to pay to them. In fact, you told your insurance company you will pay. Brian Burns with Compass Insurance, don't you agree that if there's a deductible, you can get in trouble in the policy language for waiving it and not paying it?
Yeah, your responsibility is the deductible.
And I don't care if it's a car or a home.
Right. Now, and the contractors aren't supposed to try to...
No, but they can offer a discount. There's nothing wrong with giving a discount. It's just not supposed to be the deductible.
Right, you're just not supposed to waive the deductible because that is your portion of the responsibility. That's the whole reason why they do that.
Herb, we're going to get it and look at it. Just get his number, free that lineup. Make sure we have it. I'm not going to just not look at this. We're going to figure out literally what's going on. I want to see what Genesis can send us to prove that he owes more money. But I can tell you this right now. If the insurance company has a $33,000 claim and they only got paid $26,000, they're missing $6,000. I don't care where it's from, but they're only asking for $3,000. I think the guy's getting a hell of a good deal. They're knocking $3,000 off the bill. They're just trying to collect the other $3,000. Jerry and Mary, I swear, I'm sorry for screaming. I got a smile on my face, Mary. What's your question?
Okay, so I have two things. My daughter got her car stolen, and she's in the process of trying to buy a new car and get car insurance. And I just want to make sure, she wants to just buy the cheapest insurance there is. And I'm trying to find out what is a good solid number, 15, 25, 100, whatever all those are.
I love the question.
To encourage her to buy.
I absolutely love the question. Hold on, Mary. Let me take this break. We're going to ask our expert right after this. 303-713-8255. I got a couple lines open. I promise I won't scream at you. 303 Martino.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need.
I am seeing some slower traffic on outbound Pena Boulevard right now as you work your way past 56th Avenue, maybe a stall in traffic. Or a hazard, some debris. Just watch for some brake lights. 270 westbound slowing as you work your way towards Vasquez. I-25 is delay-free right now. That is looking like a good drive. No problems on C-470. 225, a little heavy as you work your way southbound towards DTC Boulevard. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a chance for isolated thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the mid-90s. For tomorrow, again, a chance for storms with highs in the upper 90s. Currently.
Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know, Century RV has a new service department that's mind-blowing. Now, here's the really cool part about it. If you're a customer, if you have any warranty issues or any issues at all that come up, these guys can take care of it and they can do it quickly. Here's the bad news. They take care of their own customers first. So if you bought a new unit from them, or if you have even a used unit from them, by the way, they have some of the biggest inventory in the state of campers and pop-ups in RVs, in Class A's, in Class B's, in Class C's. You get the idea. They got more inventory than most. In fact, their fifth-wheel inventory is mind-blowing, and they've got travel trailers starting at $16,000 brand new. And by the way, listen to this. With some of their great financing, you can get into a new trailer that sleeps 4 or 5 brand new for under $5 a day. But this new service department, it's just their way of showing we're going to take care of our customers. Any issues, any warranty issues that come up, we're going to get them so they can get back on the road. I love these guys. The best pricing out there, the best inventory, CenturyRV.com, CenturyRV.com. I talked about these guys last hour, Excel Roofing. You want the best roof out there. You want the best service by a company that's been around almost 25 years. Jay Bretz is the owner. They did my roof. They did a hail-proof roof. I got basically a synthetic roof that can take up to a 2-inch hail ball without getting any damage. I'm never going to have to pay a deductible for hail again. The roof's going to last me 30, 40 years. You're going to love these guys. And guess what? The kicker, you never pay a cent until you're content. No money up front. No other roofer does that. You never pay a cent until you're content. xlroofing.com, xlroofing.com.
For low-maintenance deck.
You know what's also interesting about that claim?
What?
Is the fact that they, and maybe it's because of Matt, but they paid out, it sounds like, replacement costs. They didn't pay ACB and then waited for proof.
Why would his deductible be so weird, though? His deductible.
It's a percentage.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, his dwelling was probably $290,000. He had a 1% deductible, you know. So that's not the weird part. But the fact that they paid out what it sounds like is replacement cost on the first check. You know, I mean, they gave him $26,000.
Yeah, but I know where the guy's coming from. The guy is saying this: I had a contract for $26,252.
Right.
Now they want more money.
Right. Well, and if there's no rationale behind it other than, hey, you know what?
But they're saying we did extra stuff.
They're saying it. He's saying that there's no bill, there's no proof of this. That's where Matt will help if he can get on.
Yeah, and I think what happened is Matt went in and got him more labor.
Yeah.
Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go to thereturn911.com. That's The Return 911.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Magazine, where professionals are selected by their peers as among the best in Colorado.
Oh, okay, hang on a minute.
Has made the grade 14 years in a row. It's Ross, and that doesn't surprise me at all because Aspenwood Dental has been truly fantastic for my family. When my wife had a tooth fail, Dr. Dan Zeppelin replaced it with an implant that you can't tell from the original tooth.
Oh, I got to bring up A. Who am I going to do?
When I had recent significant tooth pain, the Aspenwood folks fixed it without needing the tooth extraction that a prior dentist had recommended. The whole team, Dr. Tiaros, Augustine Zeppelin, and Son, are experienced, talented, and truly caring. So whether you need general or family dentistry, cosmetic dentistry, or the very best in replacing missing or failing teeth, please go where Kristen and I go, and that is Aspenwood Dental. Remember, you can always get a free consultation. Get started at aspenwooddental.com. Once again, that's aspenwooddental.com. Did you know you do not contact multiple contractors and visit dozens of home centers in order to get that brand new
Republican views on same-sex marriage are changing. I wonder what that means.
That means that probably some Republican senators are going to support a law that makes it legal so that the Supreme Court can't overturn same-sex marriages.
There you go, then. House passed it, so you're right. Now it's going over to the Senate. I don't know why anybody would give a shit, to be quite honest.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, all it is a contract between two people. That's what, that's why the state gets involved.
Yeah.
And if the church doesn't want to recognize it, then they don't have to. But the state has a stake in making sure that both assets and children are protected.
Yeah, but you just said the key word there, the state, and that's how it is right now. What you're really saying is the federal government should dictate it, not the state.
Well, because I do think it's covered under the Equal Protection Law in the Constitution. Roe v. Wade is not specifically covered in the Constitution, but the 14th Amendment...
There is no true definition of marriage, is what you're saying. So, yeah, it could be covered, sure.
Basically, it's a civil...
You could read that either way. Actually, I probably would read it the same way you do, right there.
Listen to Facing Evil on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. I want to ask you, Mary wanted to know what coverage to get. Her young daughter was going to get a new vehicle, and, I'm assuming the daughter doesn't live in the house. I accidentally hung up on Mary, but the daughter doesn't live there. But how do you calculate what coverage? Should they get $2,550, $5,100? It's a great question. What questions do you ask if they call up the Compass helpline? And basically, what are the first questions you ask?
Well, yeah, you go through what the limits mean. We don't usually recommend less than 100, 300 for...
You know what? Hold on. I'm sorry. Mary just switched lines.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. But Mary, what exactly, let me let you finish your question.
Well, yes, she, of course, wants to keep it as inexpensive as possible, but we're encouraging her to get enough coverage that if there is an uninsured motor or motorist,
let's play this game real quick. So they just called you up, Brian, and, let's pretend the mother is actually the daughter, and they're looking for coverage. What do you ask?
Yeah, so what I would have this conversation, exactly what you're having here, is explaining what uninsured motorist is, explaining what bodily injury is. And even if you don't, your daughter in this case doesn't have a ton of assets to worry about being sued, it's like Mark started this whole topic about, you still want the uninsured motorist, and you can't have uninsured motorist higher than your bodily injury. Not to mention, they can still sue you for, to try to go after your wages for a period of time. So I usually will tell you, I would recommend no less than $100,000 per person, $300,000 per accident for anybody. I just don't ever recommend going lower than that. I know that's not always feasible for everybody because they're really watching their bottom dollar. But to me, I would take a bigger risk on the actual property. In other words, on your car. Take a higher deductible on your car because it's a known amount. Instead of doing a $250 deductible, go to a $2,000 deductible, and then go higher on your liability, which is the unknown. You can get sued for so much more than that known quantity between $2,000 and $250 deductibles. That would be my advice.
And are you saying that cost kind of offsets?
It can. On a young driver, it definitely can.
How old is she, Mary?
She's 30 and has no violations or anything.
Yeah,
caveat, she does live in Los Angeles, where there's a lot of uninsured motors.
Well, and that's the biggest thing. And what we're saying is this. If someone hits her that's not just not insured, but underinsured, let's say they have whatever California's state minimal is. Do you know offhand, Brian?
I think it's $2,550 as well.
About the same thing. Yeah. If someone hits her and changes her life, even if it's only for, 6 months or a year. I mean, I'm talking like really bad stuff here. The most she's going to get, if she doesn't have that other coverage or higher limits, is going to be what that other driver's insurance has. And if they don't have insurance, they're going to get nothing. How is she going to pay her rent, her mortgage, feed her kids if she has them? How is she going to do anything if she didn't have coverage for an uninsured driver hitting her? That's what you have to worry about when it comes to that limit. And unfortunately, there's always going to be a circumstance, it happens all the time, Brian, where life just isn't fair. Someone hits you, you don't have uninsured, or let's say you even do have good coverage, but you can never work again, and their maximum, let's say it's even $500,000. Big deal. If you can never work again, $500,000 in your 30 is going to do really nothing for you.
You're right, and that's why you can't account for every circumstance, but you can definitely do your best to mitigate those losses that, whenever you're looking at people having 25,000 or whatever.
Yeah, but my point, my biggest point I'm trying to make to you, Mary, to drill it home to your daughter is this. Don't just think about the liability. Liability is great for this. If you have $50,000 in assets, like some cash in the bank and some of its home equity, whatever it is, that's one thing. You protect that with liability part of the insurance. That's at $50,000. And if you're only worth $50,000, that's all the insurance I would have for liability is $50,000, with the exception of this. You can't have a uninsured, no insured policy that's higher than that. So therefore, both of them have to be higher.
That's right.
But you're protecting yourself there. It's not just the liability aspect. That's what a lot of people don't understand. So try to drill that through her. But if she's 30 and has a perfectly clean record, insurance is cheap.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that expensive.
No, it's not.
How much is it?
It's expensive in L.A. We're looking at $280 a month for the middle-of-the-road insurance. And that's where I'm confused. A, B, I did call Compass Insurance, and they can't help me in California.
No, they can't.
We're kind of like, no, they can only recommend Progressive, and that's not something we're comfortable with.
Why is that?
So,
no, I'm curious. So why is that?
Because I have friends who have it, and it hasn't been an easy process if and when they have to use it.
I'm going to tell you this. I have had Compass for quite a long time. I have never had an issue. And my son was not the greatest driver. And he had 3 accidents. I could have killed him. In fact, he's lucky to be alive right now. He had 3 accidents in his first year. He literally had an accident the day he got his license, a month after, and then about 6 months after. But I never had any issue with Progressive, Mary. I just wanted to tell you
I've
that.
had good experience with them also on two accidents.
Yeah.
Never had a problem with Progressive.
I've never had any problem with them just writing the check. Literally, I've never had a problem with it.
Good to know.
So-
My other question for the Mr. Compass Man, is there a broker in California they could recommend in the LA area, or is that not something that you can help us with?
I don't know offhand. We are licensed in California, but it sounds like you already checked. So the only company we had to offer that was at a competitive rate, it sounds like it was Progressive. But we do write in California. But no, I'll tell you what, what I'll do is I'll look up and try to find you a broker in the area that you're at.
Okay.
Yeah, call my office and you can just go and ask for my extension, and then I'll give you a call back later today.
Mary, 303-996-9000. That's for anybody out there. You want to save money or at least see if you're overpaying, see if you're underinsured. Call them right now. We'll have some examples in a little bit of how much people can save. No kidding. 303-996-9000. Hold tight. We'll be right back.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need.
Up to the north in the Broomfield area, southbound I-25 at Highway 7, it's a report of a vehicle fire, not major slowing in the area, but watch for that hazard. Some stop-and-go traffic with construction, 6th Avenue westbound between Sheridan and Wadsworth. Slow traffic on outbound Pena Boulevard between 56th and I-70, and a crash clearing Colorado Boulevard between 108th and 112th. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a chance for some isolated thunderstorms this afternoon. Highs in the mid-90s. For tomorrow, a chance for storms again. Highs in the upper 90s. Currently, it's 87. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Liberty. Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know, we talk a lot about Fix It 24/7 and their $39 AC cleaning or furnace cleaning. They come out, they actually take it apart, they get the dirt out of there. That's the most important part. But it's only $39. You can call up, you can book that right now. Of course, they can't do it this exact day, but they'll put you out a couple weeks and you got to get that maintenance done. Dirt is the #1 killer for the furnace and AC, and for $39, they'll come out. This is new clients only. It's their way of introducing the company, so when something does break down, or you need some home service like electrical or plumbing or HVAC, you'll know who to call. The other thing we don't talk about a lot is their Green Bubble Club. That includes 4 visits a year, including doing maintenance on your water heater and even checking all your smoke detectors and the batteries. Give them a call, 720-526-3939 or fixmyhome.com. Now, Suzanne and I were coming back from Sam's Club. We were stocking up on meat and cheese and all the good stuff. We ended up going through this red light. Or actually, we didn't. We stopped. We had a green light. We went. This woman blows through a red light. Turns out she was screaming at her kids in the back seat. But regardless, she T-boned us. And man, was it horrible. It was absolutely horrible. She admitted, of course, to the police that she blew the red light. She was yelling at her kids. But every airbag in our car went off, completely totaled the car. It was a hybrid, too, so there was a battery involved. It was a really bad deal. Suzanne ended up breaking her nose, having some back issues. Who did we call? Fuller Law, John Fuller. I promise you, he is the best out there in my opinion. I have called John, and we have used John twice. Once for that accident, and once when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25. You want the best attorney. He's local. You'll deal directly with him. It's not like dealing with one of these huge, huge firms where your attorney can change about 20 times, or you're dealing with a paralegal. John Fuller is the man you'll deal with. He is a great attorney. I can't speak higher of him. 303-597-4500. He'll answer any question at no cost. Give him a call. 303-597-4500. He works on contingency. That means you don't pay him anything unless if he collects for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, please call John Fuller, or if you just have questions, 303-597-4500.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or
And I'm done with Herb until I talk to Paragon and stuff. Oh, she's coming in. Oh, cool. Let's see what they said.
It's all pretty cut and dry, if you ask me.
Did you get through to Matt, or he just can't come on? Or
What do you think of that, Suzanne?
he said what?
There's
Oh,
a deposition. Oh, look at that.
Isn't she beautiful?
Beautiful.
Yeah. He's okay, but she's really something.
Son. That's beautiful bride, goodness.
Yeah, we had such a nice time at the wedding.
say it again.
Mr. Compass Man, I want to talk to that.
Like you are no longer Brian Burns.
Mr. Compass Man. Remember that lady that would call Tom Geraldo? All right, thank you, Geraldo.
Back when you had that mustache, you kind of had that Geraldo.
I thought he looked just like Geraldo.
Yeah.
Okay, Lawson. Here's a construction agreement, 26, plus any supplements. It says right there, right on their contract, plus any supplements. In fact, look at this, Brian. I mean, it doesn't just say it. It's only on here. It actually says contract price. It's handwritten in 26,252, then handwritten right next to it, plus any supplements.
And he signed it.
Yeah, they both signed it.
We still don't have the proof that there were.
Well, that was just the first thing I pulled up.
Okay.
State Farm, structural damage claim policy. Okay, here we go. Here is is based on estimate. Here, you look at this. This must be, here we go. Total amount of claim incurred. Let's see. Here's the loss. Where's the total? After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation. 32,398.
Okay.
This is right from the insurance company.
32,398. Then less the deductible.
32. I don't know where the deductible falls in here. Let me see. 32,000.
These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess.
Where would the deductible be in here? It's just a line item, right?
Get immediate help if you develop
Let's see.
unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe.
Replacement cost value, 32,398.
Okay.
Less depreciation.
2904. So less depreciation, 12,000. So net actual cash value payment, 16,000. Total line item depreciation, 12,000. Replacement cost benefits. Total maximum amount available if incurred. So they shouldn't have sent a check for this. They should have sent a check for the 16,957. But okay, keep going. Is that the end of it? Okay.
Well, here's the bottom line. Is right here. I mean, 32,398.
Well, that's the total replacement cost.
Minus a deductible.
Yeah.
Which is 2904.
Right.
So they did. They paid them just like they said. They paid them
GeneratorFranchise.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. I'm right up against this clock. Is that Herb still on line one? I just got the paperwork from Genesis on this, and sure enough, man, Herb, the insurance company, paid out almost $33,000. Your deductible was $29,000 whatever. They're looking for that difference, not of the $6,000 from the difference of the $26,252. And if you're just joining us, I apologize. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's a roofing question. And what we're going to do is we're just going to finish up with it after the break. I don't know what else to do on it, Herb. You're going to end up being taken to court on this, but you know, if you have something else to say, that's fine. But I'm looking at the paperwork now, and this isn't just from Genesis, Herb. This is from your own insurance company, what they paid out. 303 Martino, we got 2 hours to go. Been ripped off, taken advantage of. I have two lines open, 303-713-8255.
there from Bear.
All I want to see from them is what's the supplemental they're asking for, though? What is it they did?
Let's see. Hold on. There's other attachments. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Front elevation, pavement gutters. I don't understand this. I honestly don't understand that, do you? I mean, it does. I mean, I understand it doesn't help us with anything.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so there's $20,000, $293. Yeah. So I mean, their bid is.
I'm just going to ask them straight up. Hold on.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martin, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm here for Volvo. A heat wave is smothering much of the country. More than 100 million Americans are trying to stay cool. The high temperatures are adding pressure to power grids and raising the threat of wildfires. Here's ABC's Rick Johnson.
At record peak opiate fuel wildfires in Texas.
All right, I just emailed her that exact question. What are the supplemental claims? Or they're going to say we're going after the deductible. Because I see nowhere in his agreement. Let me go look at his agreement again, actually.
His agreement with them is 26 whatever.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name?
Show me the
Show me the supplementals.
Did you
but
say
even
Kathy?
their invoice doesn't say that. It says 20.
Hi, Kathy, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Mark about on the show today?
See, but like State Farms,
are you looking
like
for
this
a
final
referral
thing,
to go
it
get
doesn't
it
show
done? I'd
supplementals,
still
it
do
just
it, yes.
shows everything. Is that normal?
Well,
Yeah, I do. You're talking BioT, correct?
Arguing all this to get that amount. So he
Yeah,
gets $29,000.
I still do it. I've been doing it now for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, I guess.
I know you know this, but I don't really want to pay my deductible. What should I do, Matt? He's like, well, use these guys and let's get a bid from them. They bid out $26,000, say we can do it.
I am, and it is a little pricey. I definitely recommend going to, what area of town are you in? Yeah, I think Hormone Bros, I think now they have a northern location. I forget where it's at, Kathy. But there's a northern location now, and there's Littleton. I really like it a lot, Kathy. Maybe a little too TMI, but it does sort of, at least for me, it's always sort of messed with my monthly cycle stuff. You know what I mean? You know, so you're breaking up, hon. What'd you say?
So the way like those.
Yeah, and you know what they do is they run like all your hormone checks and kind of see where you're at and talk about where you want to be, and then
if they go from
they plug you with it. Now they were doing troches, which were melt under the tongue,
if they come
and that was a daily or twice daily. I didn't like that as much. I like the pellets.
If
and
he
then
comes
I guess
in and
the
plays
only other
cleanup,
thing
so
is
if he
like you
gets
got
you
to give
another
up
10
hot
grand,
tub
he's
and
getting
exercising and swimming
or no, it'd be more than
for
that.
a
What
few
is that?
days after you get the pellets in, just to
and
give
then
it
if
time
he
to
started
heal.
from the beginning, depending on the total amount.
Yeah.
So in other words, here's one he's doing right now that's only 3%.
I love it a lot.
But it's
Let me know if you end up getting it and how you like it,
$4
okay,
million.
Kathy?
Gotcha.
So, but if it's like $100,000 homeowners thing, he might come in at around 10%, maybe 8%. I mean, it's all.
Now, unless you are expecting to be miserable, I just don't understand why you would do it walking in and getting a reasonable offer.
Well, the biggest thing would be
Thank you very much.
people don't want to deal with the insurance company.
Just from the get-go.
Well,
you're going to pay for it.
I dealt with him from the beginning because my insurance company said I had no damage.
Okay.
So he was well, actually, that's not true. I mean, technically, I guess he came in at the beginning, but I really did, and they just told me there was no damage.
You are the type of person, I know you used them.
Yeah.
You're the type of person that would shortly, because you're going to get them to do what you want them to do.
No, I would use a public adjuster.
If you're just average Joe, I get it, but you?
Yeah, no, I would use them because there was stuff that I never... Matt got me paid on stuff that I never even fucking thought I would have got paid on.
Yeah.
Like, literally, never would have thought.
Why would you not use a public adjuster? Because you only pay if they get you more money. Get it?
Well,
But you get a cut of everything.
Right.
You start from the beginning.
Well, wait, do they get a cut of everything or just the additional?
That depends on when you use them. That was my conversation.
Oh, I see.
If I was to use one, I would try to get everything I could get.
I would always do exactly what you're saying. Always. Unless if it was like a big commercial.
Yeah, that makes a little difference. I mean,
Shit,
that
I'm
makes a
out.
little more sense.
You understand the policy language pretty well, but think about it.
So.
Think if you own a strip mall, and all of a sudden there's so much damage, you have numerous tenants that can't open up, and just all this shit. Then you need someone to go through that policy and figure out exactly what's there.
I'm gone.
We've seen some that were crazy. The skylight one was the craziest, man.
I won't say from who, but I did get a text wondering who the hottie guest was in studio today.
Well, look at how good you look over there, Doc.
Oh, yeah, Doc's looking sharp.
I'm not on.
His name is Doc.
I'm not on here, but I am an expert on Facebook dating scams. Mark will tell you I got kicked off a match.
I know.
So Mark always reminds me of that.
How'd you get thrown off?
Well, somebody ghosted. They took my profile and did something. Because, like I've always said, I would let my mother, may she rest in peace, or my son read my comments on Facebook. I mean, I've never said anything that I wouldn't let anybody else read. But somebody must have taken my picture or my profile and done something with it.
Sure, that's what I'd say too. That's exactly what I'd say.
Right.
And I'd stick to that story.
Stay with it. Stay with it.
No, Mark has known me long enough that he knows that I wouldn't do that.
I didn't get kicked out of that public park for...
So, it's funny. All I just read.
Hey, Suzanne.
A different credit card.
Yeah.
And my profile was back.
Can she hear me?
Mark's talking to you.
I'm gonna tease about Braylon too. That we got back his. Which one is it?
Braylon, 23andMe.
Got it. We'll do an update and then tease the.
Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We want to make your life just a little bit better. Here's why this show exists. In fact, 40 years. Name another show that's been around 40 years. Tommy Boy started not just 40 years, by the way, 40 years right here in Denver. Tom was in prior places before that. In fact, if you're new to town, let me tell you a little bit about Tom. Troubleshooter Tom Martino, and I'm being serious here, man. This guy made not only a good living, but really made his life work helping people out. He's kind of my mentor in many different ways besides just the radio business. But what Tom has done that's incredible is the amount of people he has helped over that 40-year period. If you're new to town, wherever you're from had local news, most likely, unless you lived in a cave. And on that local news, you'll have either a problem solver or possibly a troubleshooter or whatever you want to call them. But they go after stories where people have been ripped off or just different things along that. When I first moved here in 93, 94, I remember Tom chasing people with his camera literally down the road and stuff. I mean, absolutely crazy stuff that I never witnessed before where I was from. And it was just really cool. Then he started doing stuff like restaurant reports. And he'd go right into these restaurants. A lot of them were Chinese restaurants, I remember. And I'm not quite sure why Chinese restaurants, I don't know if they got a bad rap, but remember, everything that was being reported by Tom was coming directly from the health department. I mean, they failed, and here's why they failed. Rodents running around or whatever it is. Meow. Just different things. And what was really crazy, though, is he would take a lot of slack from people. Like, how come you're, dogging these restaurants? Well, my God, they were dirty as hell. But the restaurant report was really cool. But really, then he got into radio. I'm kind of giving Tom's bio here, but really I'm giving the show's bio. The entire reason we exist is to help you. I don't care if it's a bad landlord or a contractor you paid up front who never finished the job. Or maybe you just need advice on, hey, I'm getting ready to redo our house or redo our bathrooms. What's the proper way to go about it? Or who should we use? Or more importantly, maybe who not to use?
Or especially before you buy a used car.
Oh, that's right. One. Get it checked out. I mean, there's different things like that. So, in fact, Deputy Doc brought up something pretty interesting with cars, but Deputy Doc in general is someone that helps with the show. He's a volunteer that's here 3-4 days a week. When we have a problem come in, we assign it to different deputies. We've got 3-4 deputies that help us out. Then we have the referral list. These are the really good people out there. In fact, Brian Burns with Compass Insurance is in studio with me. He's on our referral list, and he's one of our experts that we get on the air all the time when we need an expert that comes to insurance. Maybe you have a claim in and you're having problems with your insurance company paying out. The fine folks at Compass will actually reach out to that insurance company and try to help, try to get what's right for you, and we don't charge anything for this. And then the real bad guys, you want to see something cool? Go to sleazbrigade.com. You want to see how serious we take this troubleshooting business? Go to sleazbrigade.com. They're the worst of the worst. These are the people that, they'd kick your mother in the stomach, quite frankly. These are the bad guys. These are the real bad guys. They take a lot of money. They take a lot of money and don't do anything. Generally, most of them just plain rip you off. But you can check them out, and all the stories are accurate on there. You'll never find any kind of hyperbole, if you will, on referral list. And the reason I say that is because they're all true stories. They really are. Those are, they're great guys, and then Sleaze Brigade are bad guys. It just goes like that. I'm very proud of what we do. Honest to God. And Brian, from an advertiser standpoint, you've been with referrallist.com for a long time.
Yes, long time.
Is it not the best bang for the buck of any other advertising?
It is, because people go to you expecting to look for a service that they trust. And so there is a high accountability on the other side as being a referral.
I was going to ask you about that, and you're being very honest, because, listen, you've been with us so long, you've had complaints over the years, there's no doubt about it. They come on air like anything else, and then I generally email you, or Tom's emailing you, so there is that side to it, but all in all,
it's no doubt. It's a great way to attract customers that trust you walking in the door, which is what you want.
Yeah.
And again, you have to have a business model where you are sold on trying to be as good as you can possibly be. And, so it's been a great thing for us.
Hey, you had a example. We were talking about people being underinsured. We were talking about different kinds of insurance. And if people right now call up 303-996-9000, that's the Compass Insurance Group, they're going to tell you how much they can save you. And more importantly, at least I think right now, with 93% of the people affected by the Boulder fires being underinsured, you better make sure you're not underinsured so you don't lose that biggest asset that most people have. But you had one come in. Tell me what you had come in.
Yeah, now we've had several come in. I grabbed this one in particular because it had to do with what we had been talking about. So this person called in. They're with Farmers Insurance right now. They had $250,000 per person, $500,000 for liability. So for coverage for other people, like we were talking. But their uninsured motorist was $25,000 per person.
Oh my God!
So they're covering themselves 10 times less than they're covering other people.
Think about what Brian just said. These people, if they hit somebody else, they would pay out up to $500,000.
Right.
If someone hit them with no insurance, somebody without insurance, how much would they have gotten?
$25,000.
$25,000. Let's say they broke their legs or anything. That wouldn't even pay hospital bills.
Exactly. So they're covering themselves for much less than, and this is not that abnormal. I see this frequently from these carriers.
You know why? Because people don't understand it. They think when it comes to auto insurance, all you're doing is insuring your liabilities. If you have $50,000 in the bank, well, gosh darn it, all I need is $50,000 of insurance. You're not thinking about that person that hits you and changes your life that has no insurance or the lowest state amount of insurance, $25.50.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Try living off $50,000 if somebody, paralyzed you. Just try doing that. You're going to end up on Medicaid somewhere in some room. You're going to have no money to invest. You're going to have nothing.
Yep.
Protect your own ass, just not the people you might hit.
Right. And again, you can't insure yourself for more, but you can at least insure it for as much. So in this case, they had $250,000 for other people, but only $25,000 for themselves. Then on their home policy, their current dwelling limit is $280,000 with a cap of 25% on top of that. Well, their home value is substantially higher than that. So they're paying a total of $4,200 right now for auto and home insurance.
Per year, they're paying $4,200. Who's it with? Do you know?
Farmers.
So with farmers who are paying $4,200, how underinsured were they? This just happened, right? I mean, today.
Yeah.
How underinsured were they on the house approximately?
So they're insured at $280. We're showing no one's coming in under $450 for a rebuild cost.
So if their house burned down like the people in Boulder under their current coverage, they would get a check for $280.
Right.
Maybe a little more.
Maybe a little bit more with the extended replacement.
Let's say $300,000, but it would cost how much to rebuild?
Well, I don't think it would probably be more than this, but $450 is what the
at least $450.
At least $450. But the thing is, the quote that we came in with has uncapped coverage. So as long as you insure for what they think it would be to rebuild, which is $450, this particular company will pay no matter what it costs to rebuild it. There's
so wait a minute.
To it.
If someone in Boulder, and let's not forget, 93% of these people, think about this, folks, 93% of them were underinsured. If they had the coverage you're talking about now, even if in this case the house cost $900,000 to rebuild, that company would rebuild it.
Yeah, put the onus on the insurance company. And so we just don't write policies that have 25% extended. It's not enough.
So they were crazy upside down when it came to their auto insurance. Right. They were way underinsured when it came to their home insurance.
Yep.
And this was all through Farmers?
They were with Farmers, right.
So their agent at Farmers, by the way, I hope these people are still listening. I want you to think of that agent you've been probably doing business with forever. He has now lived in this area, I take it, and lived through the Boulder fires. He's in the insurance business, and he never reached out to you to tell you you were upside down. That sucks.
Yep.
What did you guys figure out?
So so they were paying $4,200 for auto and home. We did an auto policy with $500,000 bodily injury and uninsured motorists. So you have $500,000 instead of $25,000.
So if someone else hits them with no insurance, they're going to end up getting, instead of $25,000, they're going to get $500,000 if the damages are there.
Right. Then we did uncapped replacement cost on the home with a $450,000 dwelling, but there's no cap to that. And we added an umbrella, which is an additional $1 million of life.
Now, wait a minute. So, okay, they were spending a total of $4,200 with Farmers. Right. Are you going to tell me now that they're spending a lot more money, I would assume?
$3,800. It's less than what they were paying.
It's $400 less.
With
all the coverage. How much was the umbrella?
The umbrella was only like $150, so...
No, I don't mean how much it cost them.
$1 million of liability.
So now they've got $500,000 for the car, not just a liability, but uninsured, underinsured.
Right.
They also have a replacement cost that is not capped.
Right.
It's whatever it is. They'll never be upside down in a full loss on their house.
Yep.
And they have an umbrella that kicks everything up another $1 million.
Yeah, not the uninsured motorist, but yes, the liability.
The liability aspect. And they're paying $400 less a year. You understand why we don't like Farmers? I mean, honest to God, in State Farm, anybody out there that's with like State Farm, Farmers, what's the other one? Liberty Mutual, you should check. And who's the other one? Not Safeco. I have them. They're good guys. Who's the other one?
Allstate, you guys talk about a lot. American Family.
Fred Loya.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Talk about the worst insurance company in the world. Hey, Kathleen's got a Facebook scam. Hey. Yeah, I got a break. Kathleen, I promise you're up next. We got some open lines. 303-713-8255. Any insurance questions? You have any questions? You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. Maybe you just want to expose a bad guy, a bad neighbor. Maybe you just want to let everybody know what someone did. 303 Martino.
Times can create smart opportunities for you, such as long-term care insurance from 525 Advisors. By repositioning some of your savings right now, you can get 3 times your investment in long-term care coverage, tax-free, and get all your money back if you never use it. Join Brian Ott of 525 Advisors for his free long-term care planning live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. Sign up at 525longtermcare.com. That's 525longtermcare.com.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. I love a company that their name tells you everything you want, the best flooring out there. I don't care if you're looking for LVT, hardwood, tile, you name it. These guys have it. They've got great sales going on right now. I'm not kidding. He bought a truckload. Buddy bought a truckload of this LVT. It looks just like wood. I mean, it's incredible. In fact, it's way tougher, though. If you have pets and dogs, it's pretty much scratch resistant. It's waterproof. You got to check out everything they have. Not all flooring is the same. These guys carry the good brands, the ones that work, and more importantly, they're going to be able to educate you and tell you all about their brands. And they come and bring the showroom to you. Now, they do have a beautiful showroom up north. They're building a showroom south, but right now, if you don't want to drive to the showroom, you can actually have them come out. You go to SimplyFloorsInc.com. You set up a time right there. You tell them kind of different things you're interested in. They're going to check them out. And the kicker, and I love kickers. You ready for this? Their pricing, they can beat the big boxes by up to 40%. These guys are wonderful. They make it easy. They have great service. They're great people. Man, I love them. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Now, a lot of people I talk about, like Simply Floors, I actually use. We've used Buddy Mitchell numerous times at our house in Franktown. The other person I want to tell you we've used 3 times is the Art of Granite. These guys came out and did a beautiful, and I mean a beautiful job on her upstairs bathroom. Then they did the laundry room downstairs, and then they did part of the kitchen. But if you want the most beautiful hard surface countertops and beautiful cabinets and beautiful sinks, you want to call up the Art of Granite. What I love about Mitch, he can actually give you an estimate right over the phone. You simply email or text him some pictures, a few dimensions if he needs them, and he can give you one heck of a ballpark right over the phone on a brand new, beautiful kitchen. And by the way, right now, if you do the kitchen, you get the bathroom for free. Go to theartofgranite.com. That's THE, theartofgranite.com.
Over at 5280 Magazine, where professionals are so...
I got when I dropped my son off at college.
I know.
I
it's
will.
going to be painful for me.
How old's yours?
My daughter's
19.
It's just somehow there's this change that all of a sudden they're totally independent of you.
Yeah.
You know, so I was really crying like a baby when I dropped them off.
It'll be tough, man. Addie just turned 20, and it's just crazy because she got her bachelor's, of course, living at the house.
Yeah.
She was in Metro. So, and she cruised through it so damn fast.
She's done with her bachelor's?
Yeah, she's going to law school.
How in the world did she get done that
She
quick?
graduated early from, not only a year early from high school, but she already had her first year of college credits.
Really?
And then she did every summer school course Metro offered. Here's what is wild, man. They cut you off at a certain amount of credits. They just simply want... She would have done them all in a year and a half, but they just simply don't let you.
So, now my daughter's going into pre-law. At least that's her plan right now.
Yeah.
So she does want to go to law school at some point.
You got to look at Wyoming, man.
I
It's
wonder
badass.
who the sperm donor was with Addie. It obviously wasn't Mark.
Right, yeah. How did that happen?
Yeah. One of my buddies found out 2 weeks ago he has 3 grandchildren that he never knew about because somebody went on 23andMe and matched with his son, and then they took it from there.
Yeah.
So he's got 3
That you didn't even know.
that he didn't know about. And I did that when I was a resident too. I mean, they would give you $100. This is back in the 70s. They'd give you $100 for a sperm sample. I mean, how else can you make $100 in a couple of minutes when you're a resident.
Yeah.
We couldn't wait to do it.
A couple $100 a minute.
So who knows? You might have some out there. Huh?
I might, but we were talking about it. Some people said they wanted to, really be part of their life, and other people said they would have nothing to do with that. And I'm in the latter camp. I mean, if it was somebody that I just gave sperm
when
to,
you think about it, I guess young men like
50
that,
years later,
they can make a
I
few
don't think
bucks
I'd want
doing
them in
that.
my life.
They don't really think of the long-term consequences
Well,
of like,
which side
let's
of the
just
fence
say
you fall
having
on?
a child out there.
Exactly. This is what this process
Especially with all,
Just think like
No, but I'm
especially
just
with all the
saying, say you did
ancestry, 23andMe
50 years
stuff.
later you find out you have a...
Dragon?
Yeah, that would be weird.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, like, who cares what's out there? Who cares if a part of me is...
I think it's weird.
I wouldn't like the idea that I had, children out somewhere that I didn't know about.
cousin's wife, she was adopted in Arizona. And she did a 23andMe to freaking, she's never lived her whole life, to find out her bio dad is sitting right in Castle Pines.
No kidding.
Writes him a letter, not a word. So, but just like, you know what I mean? It's sort of like, oh, they gave up for an adoption for a reason, Dragon.
Say that
There's
again.
nothing wrong with that.
With my older sister, she doesn't know who her
Which law school is she going to?
Like, I have no idea.
Wyoming.
Came to me. I have
There's only one in Wyoming.
Because, if I get shut off.
Yeah.
What did he, skip town or something, or?
One night stand.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
Oh.
But,
You guys share the same mom, obviously.
Correct, yeah. But she's just like, you know what, I don't want to put myself out there and get crushed, because that happens so many times.
So does she, like, not even do the 23andMe to, like, we don't even want to make that
interest in it
connection?
whatsoever, yeah. And my dad adopted her, so she's like... and that's
So
all
she
she's
had
ever-
a dad.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
And
cool.
that's all she's ever known is her dad. And nearest I can tell, he treated her as equally as he would me. So.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Where's your sister live here?
Here. The shocking, the good thing, I suppose, is that when my mom and my dad got divorced, he continued to pay child support.
Which one is this, Jessica?
That's impressive.
Hey, Suzanne, who was Jessica Milks?
That's impressive.
Who's Jessica Milks? Mark's wondering.
Jessica Milks.
Is she with that new painting company in the
Yes.
Springs? Okay.
That's MBUSA.com. Reach out to Michael Brown and let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have a couple lines open you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. I want to hear from you. 303-MARTINO, 303-713-8255. If you're new to the area, new to the show, make sure to tell your friends. If they need to complain or go after the bad guys, you have a place to do it right here live on the air. By the way, One Clear Choice Garage Doors. These are great guys. Chris Chapman, he's the owner. They call him Chappie. He was in the Marine Corps for a long time. He runs a great place. Talk about growth in a company. They got 4 showrooms in the Denver metro area now. I have used them 2-3 times. They came out and installed a new LiftMaster a few years ago for me. I had the old garage door opener that had the chain. They put a brand new LiftMaster in, and man, was it cheap, by the way. Labor, everything, great price. But they put it in, and what I never realized until there was how noisy the chains were, the new belt-driven stuff. You can't even hear. So many years I lived with every time someone would come home, our bedroom was on top of the garage in our old house. But these guys can do it all. They can inspect all the components. They can fix broken springs, cables, hardwares, new doors, of course, openers. Just great company. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. You can get all the information there, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All right, so 303-713-8255. Kathleen, I am not sure if, let me go here. Hey, Kathleen, did you get scammed on Facebook?
Yeah, I did.
What
There's
happened?
actually a few going on. He basically wanted to just be friends. And
now, when you say
then
he, hold on, you got to help me out a little bit here. I'm thinking, so it's one of your friends on Facebook?
No, it's this man or a woman, I don't know, is impersonating a man called, he's a general, a brigadier general, Andrew Goddard.
Suzanne, can you look that up? You're a whiz at this stuff.
I already found the guy, and Kathleen's story's pretty good.
So there's a Facebook of this general, and he reached out to you, I assume, or did you reach out to him, Kathleen?
No, he reached out to me.
And what was the lure?
Also, like, the lure?
Yeah, what did he use?
Initially, he just said that, that he liked what I had to say and just wanted to be friends.
Okay.
And then he was trying to get romantic. And then he was...
What's your idea of him trying to... What does that mean, he tried to get romantic? You mean over Facebook, or you've never actually met this person, right?
No, I haven't.
So what was the first thing...
He was just a sweet talker.
I'm just curious, like when he tried to get romantic, like give me one of the things he would type. Like what? I mean, things you can say, of course.
That he loves me.
Really?
That and that he's going to come and take me away, and we're going to go travel all over the world, and...
Oh, my God.
He's rich, and he just can't get to his money right now because he's over in Syria.
Oh, he's a rich American general in Syria.
Yeah, and he's also faked a couple of attacks.
What do you mean attacks?
He would be writing to me, and all of a sudden he was like, we're being attacked, and then he'd be gone for a while.
These guys are always overseas or on an oil rig, 100% of the time.
So Kathleen, did you send him any money?
Yes, I did, unfortunately.
No! How much did this guy weasel out of you?
$1,500.
Oh, my.
But
you got
it goes
bamboozled.
Further. Tell him, Kathleen.
No. Pardon?
Yeah, in your email, what did you send him last?
Well, hold on, though, Kathleen. On the $1,500, how did you give it to him? How does that work?
He had me get the money.
Yeah.
And then I had to take a picture of the money, and then I had to send it to him. And as soon as it was confirmed that it was a picture of money, I was given the address to send it to. But I had to have it in a brown envelope.
Didn't your radar go up on this? Didn't your radar go up?
My credit is now gone. I had another incident with another fraud situation not too long ago.
Oh, my
God. They cleaned out my bank account.
Kathleen, this is just horrible. Suzanne was going to say, what's the last thing you sent him or whatever? What is that? What happened?
Well, knowing that he was a snake, I went ahead and just kept up with the conversation and decided that I didn't have his address anymore, so I decided that I was going to get his address and make sure that the authorities got it.
So you gave it to
what I did was I took a picture of some money that was online and used that, and it passed. And so he gave me the address, and I sent it, but what I sent inside was a brown envelope full of paper towels and the Uniform Code of Justice 106, Article 106.
Wow. I love your style. I absolutely. I love your style. I thought you were going to say something else. I thought you were going to say you sent him something else.
I have a lot of empathy for a lot of people who are hurting.
Oh, it's crazy.
And I can't help that.
How did he suck you in? Just for people listening. I mean, like, let's try to help other people.
When the attack happened.
What?
I think it was when the attack happened. I was like, I was thinking that because he's my friend at that point.
Oh.
And I'm thinking that a friend of mine is being hurt.
And then that's when the money came out, or he needed the money, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Hey, Suzanne. Hold on. One sec, Doc. Suzanne, let's get Talib that picture to get up. Go ahead, Doc.
Hey, listen, there's a thing on National Geographic. This woman, Maria Van Zelen, does a lot of investigating. She had one on scams where she actually talked to people in Nigeria who are scammers and did all this stuff. And if anybody... I think everybody should watch that to understand how these scams work and how you're never talking to the person you think you're talking to.
Doc, we had one on. Let me finish up with her right here. But
okay.
We actually had one of these scammers on, and he explained how his life worked. He basically got 50% of any money that, eventually cleared. And that I thought that was amazing.
Was he in the States or overseas?
He was in, if I recall, he was in... what's that island? Jamaica.
Okay.
He was in Jamaica, and he would get, it was either 40 to 50% of whatever amount they would claim. But of course, the questions we asked, and he was very straightforward. Or don't you feel bad and blah blah blah. He's like, no, it's just like a job. Listen, you know, we don't live like you guys do in the U.S. In fact, he thinks everybody over here is just like rich and rolling in dough.
One thing you can always try is to FaceTime them. If they won't FaceTime you, that's a huge red flag.
Well, of course. Hey, Kathleen, I am really sorry to hear about that, and I do appreciate your call. Maybe someone out there listening might be, you know, in the middle of getting scammed, and maybe we helped them out or you helped them out. So I'm glad you called in, and it sucks. I try to sugarcoat it. We used to go, oh, let's go after the guy, but let me tell you, they're invisible. They're ghosts. Unless if Facebook gives up IP addresses and all this other stuff, and even in that case, it's next to impossible. I mean, really, it's next to impossible, unless if you're the CIA or something along those lines. Mick, I'll get to you after this. Everybody hang tight. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Hot and Crispy Fries.
A stalled vehicle along westbound 6th Avenue. It's in the right lane between Federal and Sheridan. Watch for some slow traffic as you work your way through. And also a crash coming in on southbound I-25. It's in the express lane southbound just south of the Thornton Parkway. Slow traffic starting around 104th Avenue, working your way in towards the Thornton Parkway area. Also, we have an accident reported at Arapahoe Road in Havana. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Chance for storms this afternoon. Highs in the mid-90s for tomorrow. Again, a chance for storms. Highs in the upper 90s. Currently, it's 88. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin. 630 KHOW.
Wendy's knows everyone hates cold and soggy fries, so they changed theirs to serve them up hot and crispy all day, every day, using only natural cut skin-on fries, prepared to golden goodness and perfectly sprinkled with sea salt. Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries today at participating U.S. Wendy's.
You know, there's a lot of bad circumstances to think about a reverse mortgage, and there's some that a reverse mortgage is perfect for. What I love about Joan Sullivan, she's the owner of Approval Reverse Mortgage. She will give you the honest, the straightforward skinny on the circumstance. In fact, she has a reverse mortgage of her own, but she's going to tell you if it's right for you and your circumstance. I love that straightforward approach to it. It might not be right for you. For example, if you don't want to be in that house forever, if you want to downsize, speaking of downsizing, maybe you want to buy your next house using a reverse mortgage so you never have a payment. Maybe you want to get a bigger house. There's so many different things to do, but the bottom line is this. If you want to stay in that house forever, and you have some equity built up, that it's a very possible thing to do. But I want you to check out Joan Sullivan in Approval Reverse at approvalreverse.com. That's approvalreverse.com.
Severe weather is on the rise every year. Rather than relying on our aging power grid, millions are choosing to protect their homes with Generac automatic standby generators. Would you like to be a part of this lucrative industry? Generator Supercenter, the #1 Generac generator dealer in the nation, has franchise opportunities available in Denver. Join the industry-leading team with a proven franchise model, generating 3 streams of revenue. Limited opportunities are available. Find out more now at GeneratorFranchise.com. That's GeneratorFranchise.com. GeneratorFranchise.com.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's long-expected plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still might face 3 threats, but Biden can never be re-elected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go to thereturn911.com. That's the return 911.com.
Got a car taking up space in your garage? Not enough cash taking up space in your wallet? It's time to sell your car to the Sharpest Rides, no matter the year, make, or mileage. We will buy your car for cash and give you a fair professional appraisal. With every vehicle sold, the Sharpest Rides will make a donation to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Walk out with cash in your pocket and a change made in the community. Don't have time to come in? Call us and ask DJ for a remote appraisal. Dial 303-9343-410 today.
Sweats, hot flashes, or a low sex drive aren't normal for your age. You just don't have to suffer them. Feel like yourself again. Hormone Health and Weight Loss and their natural hormone replacement therapy. Visit hormonehealthtest.com and get your free assessment today.
Did you know that you do not have to hire multiple contractors and visit dozens of home centers in order to get that brand new gorgeous bathroom? Really? Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Bathrooms, providing high quality, full service, turnkey bathroom modeling in Colorado for over 3 decades. Todd?
You bet, Dad. With our free in-home quote, our design professionals will bring our showroom to you. You'll have all the choices right at your fingertips. Our design portfolio will not only appeal to your particular tastes, but will also allow for a turnkey, worry-free project completed on time and on budget.
Gotta love it, Todd. Whether it's the 5-piece master suite you want, or the need to fix that leaky, moldy, nasty thing you call a shower, check us out. Book your bathroom project now for select install dates, and you'll enjoy a 12% savings. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Hi guys, it's Andrew. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, today, Wednesday, July 20th, we're running an unprecedented one-day special you won't want to miss out on. Ridgeside Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy. This is a technology clinically shown to repair blood vessels and improve blood flow. My favorite part is that we can get rid of your erectile dysfunction without any pills or side effects. If you're ready to transform your love life, grab your phone. Today is your day. Call us now and you'll qualify for the assessment and ultrasound totally free. You'll also get a gift that can produce powerful results in the bedroom. You're going to love that. And today only, we're offering 5 tune-up treatments to our patients free. This is our most lucrative offer ever, worth $1,000, but call today, Wednesday, and get it totally free. 303-499-6000. That's 303-499-6000. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and change your relationship. Call Ridgeside Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today. 303-499-6000.
Get a great rate on a 17-month CD. To learn more, visit belco.org/CD.
Need some gas money? Listen every hour from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays for your chance to win $1,000 to fill your tank. It's Gas Money on 630 KHOW, sponsored by Guy Rees.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore Paint by joining the Guy Rees Loyalty Program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Rees, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. We got some lines open. You have any questions, complaints, want to expose a bad guy, need some help trying to recoup your money? You get the idea. 303-MARTINO. By the way, that number works on and off the air. I want to tell you about Claims Pro. They are one of the public adjusters you can find on referrallist.com. I've said it a million times. If you have a claim on your homeowners or a commercial policy, you want someone on your side that can make sure you're getting every single nickel that contract says you should get when an event happens. And that's a public adjuster. Peter's the owner over at Claims Pro. Give him a call. He'll talk to you about any claim. He'll talk to you for free. He can explain what he can do for you, how he can get you more money. You can go to publicadjuster.pro. That's publicadjuster.pro. Now, 303-713-8255. You know, Mick wants to know about Herb's calculation. I hesitate to go here, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. And let me kind of explain just the recap here. We had someone call in and say, hey, I paid this roofer $26,252, and that's what the contract said. And I do have the copy of the contract and their insurance report. So let me bring up Mick. So, Mick, what is your question on the calculations, or are you asking me to recap them because I said I would and I didn't?
The latter. You tease. I got two people in the back seat right now that need to hear how this is done.
What do you mean,
And
how it's
you're
done?
Smarter than how to understand what a claim looks like and how it's settled.
Well,
okay. And that's what I'm asking. And plus, I wanted to give you grief about teasing something and
I know. Suzanne,
not doing it right away, but I'm done teasing you because Suzanne said, let him have it.
Suzanne complains that I tease her all the time. I mean, it's incredible. Here's the deal, though, man. So
I'm not going there.
Yeah, I know. Most people won't. But so Herb, I'm just going to recap it. I'm just going to put you on hold unless you have any questions, and I'll go ahead and explain it.
No problem. I'm going to hang up
All right.
and just listen on the radio.
Awesome, man. 303-713-8255. I will explain that. So I want to tell people a couple things. There's different ways to handle an insurance claim. One is by using a public adjuster. We had a guy named Herb used one of our public adjusters, and the public adjuster ended up getting him basically $33,000 from, I think it was State Farm, for a roof, okay? He got him $33,000. Now, what Herb did, and I want you to understand, there's nothing wrong with what Herb did whatsoever. I did the same thing to a degree, and here's what I mean by that. I had a claim for hail damage that was more than a roof. It wasn't much more, but it was extensive. I used Matt at Paragon Services. Matt got me $70,000. Now, the reason I used Matt is my insurance company at the time said that I had no damage. I knew I had damage because I could see my neighbors getting a new roof, and I could literally see the damage. But they sent someone out, said no damage or not enough damage, we're not going to do anything. I called Matt up. Fast forward, I get a check to $70,000. Now, what I did, I handled it different. I got my check, I put it in the bank for my $70,000. Now, sometimes people can't do that because it's going to be made out to the mortgage holder. It's going to be made possibly sometimes to the roofer and yourself. A lot of times when they pay out money, and Brian Burns with Compass Insurance can kind of testify to this, when you have a hail claim and your insurance company ultimately writes you a check, Brian, it's generally in the name of the lien holder or the mortgage holder and yourself.
Right, because the mortgage company wants to be involved since they have ownership of the house.
Yeah, they want to make sure. But in some cases, if you don't owe money on your house or if you don't own a lot, you get the check. In my case, I got the check. So I get a check for $70,000. Now, what I did is very close to what Herb, and I hope Herb's listening because I think I pissed him off, but Herb wasn't listening to me. But Herb gets a check or ultimately has a full claim of $33,000 minus his deductible of roughly $3,000. So that leaves Herb with $30,000. Simple as that.
Right.
Okay? Now, Herb then called up a roofer. A lot of times how this works is you have hail damage, you call your insurance company, they say, yes, you have hail damage, we're going to cover a new roof, then you hire a roofer. The roofer comes out and starts dealing with the insurance company, and at the end, the insurance company pays for everything that's covered, usually a new roof, except for the deductible. That is generally how, what do you say, Brian, 90% of these claims go?
Yeah, and with one caveat, a lot of times they'll pay actual cash value to begin with.
That's right, and what that means is, let's say your roof is 10 years old and it's a 20-year roof, and it's got enough damage to where your insurance company is going to buy you a new roof. The initial check they cut you is for what that roof is worth right now. So let's say that roof was $20,000. It's 10 years into its 20-year life cycle, they will give you the actual cash value of $10,000 up front. Then, when you fully replace it and it's brand new and everything's done, they will cut you a second check for the actual value of the roof.
It's called recoverable depreciation.
So ultimately, you would get $20,000 in that scenario minus whatever your deductible was.
Right.
Now, what the other way to do it, and the way I did it, and the way Herb was attempting to do it, is you get the cash. I got the cash from my insurance company. I was happy with $70,000. I got to 70. Then I called up Excel Roofing, and I had Jay and his guys come out, and I looked at different products they had. I decided I wanted to upgrade my roof quite a bit, so I went with a full hail-proof roof. Not a Class 4 shingle, a hail-proof roof, and it cost quite a bit more. I made a cash deal with Jay. The insurance company wasn't involved. In fact, Jay never talked to my insurance company. Jay got up on the roof, he went through it, or his people did, and said, Mark, we can put this roof on for this amount of money. And that amount of money I'm not even going to get into. But they said they could do it, and we had a contract. He agreed to do it for that price, but his contract also had supplementals. In other words, if they got under my old shingles and found out that there was some boards that had to be replaced or different things that had to be done, unforeseen things, he would come to me, he would show it to me and say, Mark, you also owe us for this. You follow? That's the way I did it, and it went flawlessly. What happened with, God, I was going to call him Hank. It wasn't Hank.
Well, it's Herb.
Herb.
Or like you call him, Herb.
Herb. What happened with Herb is he went to, it sounds like he did the exact same thing. Yep. He got the check from the insurance company, and he went to Genesis Exteriors. And Genesis Exteriors said, it's going to be, I will do this roof for you for $26,252 plus any supplementals. Okay? He agreed to it. They did the roof, and the insurance company ended up, it ended up being $33,000 in damage, and his, deductible was basically $3,000. Yep. Genesis is coming after him for the other $3,000 right now, okay? Now, you can say, well, they had a contract for $26,252. Here, oh my God, I am way over, aren't I? I'm sorry, folks. If I don't take this, we'll run right up against the out music. It's my fault. I apologize. We'll be right back. And by the way, we still got an hour to go. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Spa Palace.
Emergency road work keeping traffic very slow up in the High Country westbound I-70 anywhere between Georgetown exit 228 and Herman Gulch Road exit 218. So a long stretch there of very slow traffic as you are headed westbound past Georgetown on I-70. Now here in town, I-70 is in good shape. No reported problems on I-25. That is also moving well. A crash off highway at Arapahoe and Havana. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a chance for isolated thunderstorms with highs in the mid-90s today. For tomorrow, also a chance for storms with highs in the upper 90s. Currently, it's 89. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Spa Palace is proud to announce it's been inducted into the Aqua 100. The highest honor in pool and spa retail. Committed to customer service and community involvement have earned them this prestigious recognition. See what makes Spa Palace the exceptional choice. Visit spapalace.com for locations.
Some things you never want to hear if you're a homeowner, or maybe let's even say you have a rental property or any kind of place. You don't want to hear fire, flood, mold, crime. How about an unattended death? How about, hey, there's a meth lab in your place? The cops call you up and tell you. Or how about you have a tenant somewhere, or you yourself hire a contractor and find out there's asbestos in your house. You need to get rid of these things the proper way. You need to clean that house up. You need to do it with someone that has the proper licensing and, more importantly, knows how to do it properly, has the latest technology, the best equipment, 20, 30 years of experience. I'll tell you who you want. You want Rock, and you want American Restoration. Rock has done a ton of these cleanups when it came to the fire damage up in Boulder County. In fact, there was one that was remarkable. It was I want to say it was a furniture store, but just the cleanup part of it, getting rid of the ashes and literally cleaning up all the insulation and replacing the drywall and really just getting it back to where it should be, was like over $1 million. I am not kidding. So when your insurance company is paying out that kind of money, you want to make sure everything is done right. And I promise you, Rock and American Restoration, they're the guys. You should write this number down if you wake up someday or you get home from a vacation and there's some flood damage, anything going on, I want you to call these guys. They're straightforward, they're honest, and they're real. 833-7AM-REST. Write that number down. When an emergency or a catastrophe happens, you're going to want it. 833-7AM-REST. American Restoration. Now, we were talking about reverse mortgages a little bit. I want to tell you about Mark Massey. He's the owner of Empower Reverse Mortgage. He will answer any questions for you when it comes to reverse mortgage. If you have a reverse mortgage and maybe you want to see if you can get a little larger line of credit because it's been a while, or maybe you want to just do kind of a refi and cash out more of that equity if you haven't looked at it in 5 or 10 years, call up Mark Massey. He can crunch all the numbers. He can tell you what he can do for you. He's a great guy. He's on referrallist.com. 720-500-7719. Empower Reverse Mortgage, 720-500-7719. Now, how about saving money? I love talking about saving money. How about saving up to 90% off of those AC bills? And here's what I'm talking about. Quiet, cool house fans. QC of Colorado sells exactly that. A whole house fan that you basically hit your little remote control. It opens up. It sucks all that cold, cool air from the basement up and flushes out that hot air right through the attic outside. You can cool your house up by 20 degrees in just a few minutes. It's incredible. Then you can close the windows if you want, set that air conditioner to a lower, or maybe at night do it right before you go to sleep after that sun goes down. But you can save up to 90% off AC. And the other thing I love that people don't realize, if you have pet dander, if you have cats, dogs, all kinds of stuff, think of all that stuff floating around in your house. You turn that fan on, it sucks all that right out and all that fresh air right in. Save money, keep your house nice and clean. Installation is fast. The product is actually very inexpensive. 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419.
If you have any questions about your roof, call Excel Roofing at 303-761-6400. Hi, Jay Brett's here, the owner of Excel Roofing, with my sons, Henry and...
Okay, I did Claims Pro.
Talib said he had something to tell you.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
Talib was going to talk
Mark.
to you.
Say it again. I'm up.
Go ahead.
Who's talking to
Mark.
me? Oh, Talib,
I'm
what's
talking
up?
to you. What's up with this email? We're up solid. We haven't been off.
I have no idea. I just got it. Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay, I'm reading it. It looks like some sort of a copyright issue, but got nothing going on with us. I mean, it doesn't look like it.
I dig. I have no idea. I absolutely dig, but I just got it. Or actually, you can see Tom sent it over.
Okay, well, we're up, and we have not been off, so...
Bizarro, because it says it's been blocked. I wonder if because if it's a live feed, we're still up, but then it'll be dead at the end. I bet you that's what happens.
That could be it. It's not, but it's kind of ambiguous. It doesn't say clearly what the violation is.
No, it never does. It's I'll tell you what the violation was, is we ran intro music too long, and it picked up on it. Even though iHeart and the show has the rights to run it, YouTube has no way of knowing that, so it blocks it for copyright infringement. And the only time that happens is if I let music run for more than, say, 15 seconds.
I got it. That makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Later, dude.
Peace.
Are you staying connected?
I've been connected. Yeah, I stay connected.
All right. I didn't know you were there.
I just turned my mic off. I just turned my mic off so you can't hear the noises going on over here.
Got it. All right, hold tight. I got to go back.
Go.
Are we going to have any time at all when we come?
A minute and a half.
Really? I'm shocked, considering it's at the 57.
Yeah, well, because the break will still happen at 58:15. It'll still fire, but that's still 30 seconds that he has to talk into that. So.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, you want the best realtor out there, I'll say one thing. Frank Duran, the real estate man. You know, he sells more homes, more homes in 1 month than most realtors in Colorado sell in an entire year, and you'll get you more money for it. I mean, you can't get any better than that. All right, 303-713-8255. I'm just going to finish up on this one deal, then I'm done talking about it. But basically, the other way, you have your insurance company handle the entire claim if you need new roof from hail, or you can actually get a check from them if you use like a public adjuster. And what the numbers broke down to, though, is this particular guy, Herb, he got $33,000 minus his deductible, $30,000, and they want the deductible, the $2,900. You can break it down any other way. That's what the paperwork shows me. He got $30,000. The claim was for $33,000. His deductible was $29,000. He doesn't want to pay that. That's basically what it comes down to. We got another hour coming. Everybody hang tight. My name is Mark Major. This is the Troubleshooter Network.
PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Last 6-7 months.
Oh, yeah. But we never, did we actually ever get the paperwork?
I got tons of paperwork.
I remember what we're talking about now.
And it was like a guy and a girl and her mom or something. It was
Troubleshooter show, what is your first name?
And it was, I don't remember.
Hi, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Mark about on the show today?
We couldn't figure out what Mark's paperwork was.
No, I got all that from him. I remember that.
But we couldn't find exactly what we're dealing with now, this supplemental amount that he's asking for.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
Where is this?
We just talked about this. I think Mark knows. Hang on.
3 years later,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just remember something that was similar to this.
Most of the roofing contracts, in fact, let me look at Mark's again. I mean, basically what they say, and here's the...
David Thursday. I was ahead of myself, Susan.
Oh, that's disappointing, especially if you've got something fun going on.
Thursday, I'm going to go see Motley Crue.
Oh, you are? Are they in, where are they playing?
Of course.
don't know where.
Do they have like Def Leppard too and all that with them? Oh.
Oh, they came from Suzanne. That's
cool.
Yeah, right.
Little classic rock shows.
Love it. 80s rock is freaking awesome. I loved the hair bands growing up.
Well, here it is right here.
Oh, you are?
No,
is Jen going too? Cool.
Forget about it. You saw this, plus any supplements.
Yeah, I saw that.
But here's the whole term of it. And I'm sure this is the same as the other one. You ready for this?
Yep.
During the course of the project, property owner agrees to pay company any monies received from any third party,
cool
such as cost
They're
increases, supplements, and or general contractor overhead and profit when paid by third party.
Yeah.
Literally, that's what it says, Brian.
So if this was paid in a supplement, that makes sense. Yeah.
And it says general contractor property owner acknowledges Genesis Total Exteriors as a general contractor and will be entitled to 10% overhead and 10% profit if and allowed by insurance industry standards.
Yeah. I guess I'm just was confused because it sounds like he was trying to do exactly what you did, where you're like, don't even deal with my insurance. You have nothing to do with them. Give me a bid for what you.
Yeah, and like when I went to Excel, basically we just had. We didn't have anything with insurance on any of the agreements I signed.
Right.
So let me ask you a question. On that, let's say, forget about the plus. Let's say.
But hold on, really, Brian, what this is saying, everything here, and I think their intention was, whatever the insurance company we want, with the exception, and I saw that on their invoice, of, except for what you paid Matt, which was $3,000.
Okay.
So in other words, we're going to go ahead and give you a $3,000 credit because that's what Matt got, which is 10%. So we paid Matt the $3,000. We don't want that from you, but we want everything else the insurance company pays. That way, we covered the public adjuster, which is kind of like waiving the deductible. It's the same amount, but we want whatever they pay.
So you're not going to get the deductible and and Matt waived
because they paid Matt.
Right. Okay.
So I understand, though. I understand what the guy's saying, but if you look at what he signed and agreed to,
it's not just $26,995 or whatever. That's not what it was. What it was everything you're going to get less.
We'll pay for Matt.
Yeah. But
And if you look at their invoice, I think I'm right. If you look at their invoice, it says right there. Let's see. Remove complete.
I thought the payment to Paragon was higher than that.
Less payment received. Less payment made to Paragon. $3,239.
That's what they paid Paragon. Okay.
Yep. So basically, they took everything and subtracted it, and it's $2,922 is what they're going after. But it's not even like they're suing them. Let's not even go there yet.
They're
sending collection letters
like
out
having
to them.
older
It's
groups
way too
like
late
that
to lean it. This
on
fucking thing's a year and a half late.
or promote the event.
Let me ask you a question.
They're not even going to be able to lean it. But I'll tell you this: if Genesis does take them to court, which I can't imagine they do for $2,900, but maybe, because they could recoup attorney's fees. The bottom line is they'd win. This guy agreed to give them everything the insurance company did.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
No, I was talking to B Large about Motley Crue. They're playing tonight.
Where?
Tomorrow, Coors Field.
Motley Crue.
Def Leppard, Joan Jett.
Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, hopefully make your life just a little bit better. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. We want to reach out, expose the bad guys, and more importantly, try to recoup any money that maybe you have coming to you. If you're new to the show, well, we're here Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., for 40 years, if that tells you something. 303-713-8255 is a telephone number. You can, all your questions, all your knowledge that you can bring to the conversation, please, 303-713-8255. This hour, I am going to go directly to the phones. But if you do have a question, I do have one line open, 303-MARTINO. Oh, real quick, that number works on and off the air. And I love saying that because if you're driving down the road and go, oh, man, my neighbor could really use this, don't forget 303-MARTINO. If you dial it when we're not on the show, it'll go to our voice bank, and basically you can leave a message saying what's going on, and one of us will reach back out to you. Now, let's go to Kathy. You've been holding the longest. Kathy, what's going on with you?
Yeah, I was trying to get your opinion on which I should have installed in my house, a whole house fan or a gable type fan. I have about a 1,200 square foot brick ranch, and it has like a 30 by 20 addition to it. And I have hot water heat, so I can't have air conditioning. And I was hoping you could recommend which one would be the best to get.
Well, what's in your
contractor?
What's in your attic
for that?
What's in your attic right now?
Just insulation, as far as I know.
You have no attic fan whatsoever?
Hold on 1 second. Let me get this other phone.
I'm going to put her on hold.
That's hilarious. She's a busy woman, Mark.
I put her on hold. That's crazy. But I want to know what kind of ventilation more than anything. But I'll go back to her. That's no problem. For all we know, that's her boyfriend calling, and, you know, who knows what's going on there. 303-713-8255. Kat, what's going on with you?
Yes, I just wanted to ask if, with all electric cars, electric vehicles out, I had tried to do some research to find out if there was a standalone solar system or generator that would charge the electric vehicle, so I didn't have to pull off the grid, nor did I want it connected to the grid. I just wanted to stand alone, charge the car or the vehicle.
Ooh, man, I
was told it was illegal by one place I called, and I just wondered if you could verify that or if that was wrong and why. And
I don't know why it would be illegal. I mean, I've never heard of that. It's illegal to charge your car with a solar system. I mean, I can't.
It take forever to charge a car with a solar system, Mark?
It can take, even on a Tesla, if you just have a 120, it could actually take, you know, overnight plus, and you still wouldn't be 100% charged unless you have a 30 amp. I'm not sure if they have a 50 amp. Those quick chargers that Tesla has around might be 50 amp, but the 30 amp charges fairly quick. The one thing that would definitely work, Kat, is if you had a battery, like a solar wall. If you actually had a solar wall, they're so expensive right now, and frankly, I think Tesla's, it might be a great product, but I think it's way overpriced. So what I would personally do is look at a battery backup option. So you're taking that power and you're actually charging your batteries first. And then that storage battery, when it's at capacity, that's when you would feed back onto the grid. I would assume most of that stuff is all on the up and up. In fact, Suzanne, either Mark over at Genesis Solar or who are those other folks that we've had on a few times?
That's who I called.
The Genesis?
Yeah, and it was either they or the one that they referred me to that told me it was illegal. And I want to be, well, where I'm moving there, and we don't have electric, it's going to be completely off the grid.
Well, if you're completely off the grid, no one cares what you do. You can definitely 100% use a nice generator, which I would personally do right now, and then solar power, and then you could also have a battery backup. If you're not on the grid, it's not illegal to charge your car. It just simply isn't. You're generating your own electricity. No one can tell you anything. Thank God it still is United States of America, at least as of the last time I checked. There should be no problem with that, Kat. Zero, end of story. Now, if you're on a grid, it's not that it's illegal, like the solar police are going to come out. The people that own the electricity coming into your house, like Excel, they might not want that done, but I would not use the word illegal. I find that a little crazy. But if you're totally off the grid, not connected to anybody, and have solar, what I would do is have either a battery backup, but more importantly, just because you're off the grid, I'd probably go with a Gen X generator.
Gen X, okay, that's what I was wondering. Do you know what wattage or
I don't, but
much
people that sell them, if you go to, I think it is genx.com, let me look real quick. If you actually go to their website, let me find it. It's not that. Hold on. I actually sold one of my Goodyear stores years ago to a guy that sold these. He actually managed a place that sold them. So I learned quite a bit about them. But the bottom line is they will tell you what size you need depending on what you're looking to do. Maybe it's, hold on, I want to say Gen X, but I don't think it is Gen X. Hold on. This guy actually sold some that were the size of semi-trucks. Oh, it's Generac. It's Generac. If you go to Generac, yep, that's them right there. If you go to Generac, you can either buy them right there. You can actually buy them off Amazon. So I'd shop around for the actual generator. If you go to their site, you can call up one of their dealers. You can figure out for free what size you're going to need based upon whatever's in your house, including make sure they know you want to charge your car. And then if you don't need to fast charge it, you're not going to need as big as a generator, but you figure out what you want. But then you can buy it at the best price, and then you can call up like Gaddy Electric, I think Plumline. A lot of companies fix it 24/7. A lot of these guys will install it. So you want to figure out the most economical way to go. Either buy it yourself, then pay to install, or maybe you use one of Generac's actual dealers to do everything. But they'll tap it in right through your box. The other nice part is if you lose power wherever you're at, you can set it to automatically kick on, or you can tell it just kick on when I tell you to. There's so many different things you can do with them. And then if you do want to run a battery wall too eventually, that'd be pretty cool, but I would not buy the Tesla one right now. It is way overpriced. It just is not worth it right now. And honestly, battery technology I think is changing quickly enough. You might be able to get twice the capacity for less money in another year or two. So I would just kind of hold a little tight on that and go with the generator, which will do anything, as long as you have fuel going to it.
Okay.
And speaking of that, hold on. And speaking of that, there's a couple things you got to think about there, too. How are you going to power the generator? I assume since you're off the grid, you're not going to have natural gas source, right?
No, that's really the reason why I was looking at trying to do solar, was to have something to charge the generator, just to,
the solar, the generator would power the house when the solar isn't doing it. I mean, basically, actually, you probably are looking at a battery as your best bet. But because on the other thing, you would have the solar on. If the solar wasn't generating enough electricity right there during the day, you're not going to have any power at night. That's when the generator would kick on. But even though you're using a fuel source to the generator, what I'm saying is, if you look at the price of these batteries right now, they're so outrageous, you might be able to buy the generator and power it for years for roughly the same price as getting a big power wall that'll do everything, including charging your car.
Awesome. Okay, and do they, which would be better, propane or
Well, if you have a natural gas source, in other words, if wherever you're going, if you have a natural gas source coming to it, I would use natural gas by far, but you can use propane or diesel, or they even make gasoline ones. But, I'd probably go... Honestly, I'd probably go propane if I were you. Then you can get a big tank out back and have enough to power it.
Okay.
All right?
Great advice. Thank you.
See ya. 303-713-8255. The tough part about what she's saying is the solar could power everything during the day, but she has no way to do anything at night. Zero. And these Generacs, the cool part about them, if they only need a little bit of juice, they run at a very low level. So they're not consuming the same amount of fuel all the time. All right, 303-713-8255. Kathy, hold tight. You're up next.
The Pod Meets World podcast takes you back in time to 1993 for the ultimate Boy Meets World rewatch. Join original cast members Danielle Fishel, Will Friedle, and Ryder Strong as they relive every episode, sharing memories, behind-the-scenes info, and more.
None of us have seen an episode since it aired back in the 90s, so we'll be witnessing our middle part haircuts, hooded t-shirts, and teenage overacting for basically the first time right along with you.
Listen to Pod Meets World on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I want to tell you about Bradley O'Brien and his law firm. Here's what I love about Brian. You're buying anything that has to do with property, and I mean anything. Maybe it's your house, maybe it's commercial property, maybe you're a landlord and you're going to have a tenant in there. Maybe you're a tenant and you want someone to look at the lease your landlord is presenting to you. That's what Bradley O'Brien's for. It's as simple as that. Anything that has to do with real estate, this guy can help you with. He's got flat rate pricing, and if you have a dispute, let's say a fence dispute or a line dispute with your neighbor or with anybody for that matter, he can actually represent you in front of a judge. He can fight for you. But when it comes to real estate, this guy knows everything. Any questions you have, he'll talk to you for free over the phone. Just go to olslaw.com. That's olslaw.com. Now let's talk about Frank Duran, the real estate man. How I love thee. You know what I love about Frank? He sells more homes in 1 month than most realtors do in a year. But beyond that, he'll get you more money than most realtors. In fact, I'd actually go out on a limb and say he'll get more money than almost any realtor I've ever met, and the ones I haven't met. He's been doing it over 20 years. In fact, he's coming up on his 30th. And what's remarkable about this man is he can negotiate better than anybody I met. That's how he saves you money or makes you money, which is basically the same thing. If you want the best real estate agent out there, you call Frank. Right now, the market's starting to change a little bit. Things aren't going in one day. It's taken a little more time to sell in the Denver metro area. Now more than ever, you need a real estate guy that knows exactly how to sell it, how to place it, how to get you the most money in the quickest time. That's Frank Duran. Check him out at frankduranhomes.com. That's frankduranhomes.com. K&H Home Solutions. You know what I love about K&H? You want the nicest, most beautiful siding you've ever seen, you call up K&H Home Solutions. You want that new entry door? You call up K&H Home Solutions. You get the idea. These guys do it all, and they have been around 50, 60 years. In fact, Tom, I'll tell you a great story. Tom had these beautiful new windows put in his house in Franktown probably 25 years ago. He had an issue with them after 15-plus years. They had a lifetime warranty on them. He called up K&H. Sure enough, they came out, they replaced the windows. They took care of everything. They were established in 1956. They were taken over in the early 80s by Ted Rowland, who's the owner today. It's a great company with longevity, great warranties, great specials. Windows, doors, sidings, if you need it, you call K&H. 303-421-7100 or khwindows.com.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of...
What kind of fans did she talk about? Oh, a Gabriel.
Numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. Oak Ridge Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no pills, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only 2 sessions.
I don't like this guy.
What's happening?
Don't miss the Trading Group show Saturday at 11 a.m. on KHOW. Learn how we teach average people to trade like the pros with the opportunity to earn a lucrative income.
What is that game, Doc?
Oh, I just loaded it, just connecting dots. I just want to see what it was like.
I got a memory one I actually paid for. It was like $8 for the year. It's pretty cool. There's
like the old concentration game?
No, it's got like 40 different games, but they're all different. I like the speed reading one the best.
What is it?
It'll blow words by so fast you can't even believe your brain's reading them. And then it'll ask you questions about everything that went by. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I didn't know I could read that fast.
Yeah. What's it called?
I'll look it up for you. It's really cool, though, man. They got a free version. Mind Pal.
Mind?
Yeah, Suzanne just told me. But there's like, what do you think, babe? 30, 40 games? Easy.
And then you just put the commercials in there.
But the speed reading one I like. Were you amazed that you could read that fast?
I guess so.
I can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
I can now.
I guess I like the other games better than the speed reading.
I like that one.
I like the one where you got to trace without crossing over.
Yeah.
You seen those?
That's hard.
Those are fun.
Yeah, I need to try to get it. Mind Pal.
Mind Pal. It's a little koala.
Speed reading.
Say that again.
There was this thing in the, I think, 70s and 80s. This woman, Evelyn Wood, had this speed reading course that people would sign up for.
But usually, I was going to say, he's usually on Access 5.
I don't know if it was a scam or not, but it was around for a long time.
Evelyn Wood was big time for a long time.
Like they're behind the scenes.
I've never heard of her.
YouTube and everything. It's just audio that feeds to that.
That's because you guys are youngsters. That's why nobody but me and Doc are talking about it.
Talib is on right now, so they're a guy who...
Is she the lady that lived with the gorillas?
No.
Oh my God.
Jane Goodall was the chimps.
Doc knows this.
Doc caught the monkeypox before they called it monkeypox.
If Martino is remote as well.
Yeah, when I caught it, they just called it an STD.
I'll tell you, that looks horrible. You see the pictures of those people? Yeah. Holy moly. That's like chicken pox on big-time steroids.
I would get that right now.
At khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Any questions been ripped off, taken advantage of? We want to hear from you. We do have 3 lines open, 303-713-8255. I keep reading this same thing out of Denver. There's, there's Forever Chemicals. They have found Forever Chemicals, which are exactly what they are, but they've been in more than a dozen Colorado water districts. They're called PFASs, and they're referred to as Forever Chemicals. People got these notices, but this leads me into Paul the Waterman. This guy can filter these out, of course, for you, but maybe you just need a water softener, anything to do with water. That's why we call him, Paul the Waterman. Not only that, he sells the same stuff, if not better stuff, than the competition for a lot less money. A whole house water softener for under $1,900. They have this little mini conditioner that's kind of cool, under $1,600. He can do a whole house smart system for $3,400. That's a water softening, the whole house filtration. You get the idea. He'll do a free water test to your house. It's not high pressure. I mean, this guy's also a licensed master plumber. So any questions you have, he can show you the outcome of the water, tell you exactly what's in there, and he'll tell you if it's safe and good for you. I mean, no kidding, he will. 303-862-5554, and those tests are always free in the Denver metro area. 303-862-5554. Now, let's see here. Kathy, you were talking about what kind of fan to get, and I was asking you, in your attic right now, do you have any ventilation whatsoever when it comes to a fan?
There's 2 little vents, one on each end.
But you don't have a gable fan right now?
No, nothing up there.
Okay.
Insulation.
Well, you definitely need that. The least expensive way to help you out. Do you have a basement?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's 2 things. The one thing you have to do is you got to get that hot air that's in your attic right now out of there. Excel Roofing can put in basically a gable fan that's solar powered, so you don't have to run power to it. If there's no power up there, it'll save you a ton of money. It's like $300 or $400 installed. It's very inexpensive, but it will automatically kick on how they set it to get the air out of there. But now to cool off the house, if you don't do that first part, the second part isn't going to make too much sense, even though you do have those vents up there. But the second part, the whole house fan, is amazing. And I'm sorry, I already forgot. You do have a basement or you do not?
Yes, I do.
Oh, my goodness, and you're going to love this. So this will go in. They'll come out. QC Colorado sells them. Plumbline Services sells them. But they'll come out and they install it. It's going to suck all that cool air from the basement up into the house, and then it's going to put it into the attic, and then that gable fan is going to suck all that hot air quicker out of the attic. You can cool that house off in the morning by up to 20 degrees, and it's so quiet. It's operated by a remote control. You really should check it out. But at minimal, If you don't have a fan in your attic right now, you want to call up Excel and get that attic fan. Then you want to get the QC product.
The attic fan at Excel. And then who do you recommend for that second part?
Either Plumline Services or QCcolorado.com. Honestly, it's one of those things I'd probably shop for on price. So they're the exact same product, just get an estimate from both of them, and I would go with price on that because it's apples to apples. They're both great companies, or go with time. I mean, if one guy can install it in 2 weeks and it's a little more, you might want to get it done. I mean, just use your gut on it, but honestly, they sell the exact same product, which is the Quiet Cool fan. There's other whole house fans, but my God, some of them are noisy. The warranties aren't any good. You have to actually run a switch. They don't have remotes. I definitely go with the QC product. We just hear zero complaints about it.
Okay. Plumline Services, and what was the name of the other one?
QC Colorado.
Dodge, Colorado?
Yeah, no, hold on. QC, I'm typing it in right here. I just want to make sure. Yeah, go to QC, as in Quiet Cool, Colorado.com. QCcolorado.com. In fact, there's a cool video, I think, on their website. Kind of shows you how it works. But I'm telling you, if you don't have a fan in that attic, the first thing I would do is call up Excel Roofing and get that solar fan, because the solar fan you're not going to have to run power to. It's all self-contained.
Okay.
And it's cheap.
And that's okay even if you're on oxygen, too, huh?
Oh, my God, yeah. Why? What do you mean? Why would that have anything to do with it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I can't imagine. Wondering. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I got one next to me. I'm not literally, Doc, would a fan in your attic or a whole house fan, if you're on oxygen, have any...
No effect whatsoever.
Hit your button.
Excel Roofing
totally irrelevant.
For the whole house fan, the solar fan, and then the second part is Plumline, right?
Plumline or QC Colorado. I would try both of them.
Oxygen, Kat.
Yep, she's got it. All right. Hey, I appreciate it, Kat. You have a good day. 303-713-8255. I wonder why she did ask that. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. Speaking of Deputy Doc, Bill, you got a question for Deputy Doc. What is it?
How hard do you think it would be to switch doctors with the situation going on around the city?
What does that mean?
Well, are they all booked at this? It's tough to find.
Oh, you mean like a primary caregiver?
Correct.
Who's your insurance company?
What, through the insurance company?
No. Who?
He's probably on Medicare.
Are you on Medicare?
I'm Medicare, and I got my primary. I keep forgetting who they are, but it's one of the major ones.
I think what he's asking, are most doctors so busy right now it's not worth trying to change?
No, I think there are doctors that are taking new patients. Why do you want to switch?
That's a good question.
I had the same guy for over 30 years, and he finally retired.
Oh.
And then now this new place, it's a clinic. Everything is come on in. If you want your prescription renewed, remember I think I called before, you want your prescription renewed, you got to come in. Well, they're pulling that crap now. I was in there a week ago, and it's just frustrating.
He just wants a new doctor.
I think
you might not like the way any doctor works now, though.
Right.
I know. I had a good guy that he.
Hey, Bill, who was it? Who was the guy that retired?
James McGowan.
Oh yeah. So listen.
I knew Doc would know him. I mean, I knew he would.
What you need to do is call his. How long ago did he retire?
Oh, I think it's probably close to a year now.
Okay, because sometimes if you ask your doctor who he recommends, that's a good way to find a new doctor who's taking over his practice.
The clinic that he works out of is still open, but they kept moving further and further south. I'm in.
Hey, Bill, I think the answer is just call around. I mean, you know what? Hold on a second. We got to take this break, but Suzanne, maybe get Bill's info, and then if Doc's feeling nice, maybe Doc has a recommendation for him. I mean, Doc, do you know a lot of primary care guys?
I know a few that are still in practice.
All right. Are they over 90? Are they are doctors like airline pilots? At one point, you have to retire?
No, you can retire. You can work as long as you...
Until you get shaky.
Well, if you're a primary care doc, it doesn't matter that much.
All right, 303-713-8255. Hold tight. We're going to come back. I'm going to tell you how to save a lot of money with Brian Burns in Compass Insurance. And, Mike, you hold tight, too. You'll be next call.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Just one accident out there right now. This is southbound I-225 at Alameda. The left shoulder's blocked there due to a wreck. It is stop and go right now from Colfax. And then just construction up in the high country. This is through Add almost an hour and a half onto your drive time. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather, slight chance of rain today. We've got thunderstorms expected as well, highs in the mid-90s. Slight chance of rain tonight, 64. Tomorrow, sunny and hot, high near 96. Sunny and warmer Friday, 98. Right now, it's 91. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Get inspired during Dell's Black Friday and July sale with up to $500 off select computers like XPS laptops and Alienware systems with Intel Core processors. Plus, get great financing with a Dell Preferred account and free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL.
Wills, trust, power of attorneys, medical directives, beneficiaries' deeds. Actually, the funny part about Blake Harris, I'm talking about attorney Blake Harris. He owns the Blake Harris Law Firm, and I've used him personally. The other thing he knows a lot about, which is, to me, it's kind of odd, but is cryptocurrency when it comes to tax compliance and different problems you might write into with crypto and different trusts. I mean, leaving people or setting up a trust with cryptocurrency. That's pretty a unique thing to specialize in. But what I used him for is I needed my trust updated, so I talked to him and we sent him over the will. He looked at it. He gave us ideas, certain things that we probably should have done in the first trust, but we loved all of his ideas. And then he gave me a flat rate pricing to update everything, and it was an incredible experience. So really, you need anything to do with wills and trusts. Maybe just have your will looked at if it hasn't been updated for a while. Maybe you've been divorced and you no longer have certain people in the picture, or maybe you got remarried and now you have other kids you got to kind of think about. Blake can do it all. 833-ASK-BLAKE. His number is easy, 833-ASK Blake. And do this too. You want to see some cool information? Google Blake Harris Law. You're going to see some of the coolest TikTok videos out there. He's got like 250,000 or 500,000 followers. He's a really good attorney. Blake Harris Law, 833-ASK Blake. Now a really good attorney, not saying Blake isn't. Blake did a great job for us. But I'll tell you what, John Fuller Law, we've used him twice. Lady T-Bone, Suzanne, and I. Man, it was bad. We went to the emergency room. Suzanne had a broken nose. Every airbag in the car went off. It was absolutely a horrific experience. When everything kind of calmed down, the other lady acknowledged right there that she blew through the red light. She was screaming at her kids in the back seat. Almost killed us. She was in a big SUV. It was pretty scary stuff just thinking back on it. But, the only attorney I would call, and the attorney I did call, was John Fuller. Fuller Law. In fact, we used him again about a year and a half later when our daughter, God, I hate even thinking about this. Her car was totaled on I-25, got rear-ended by somebody. But in both cases, I mean, John got us the policy limits from the other person. You can't ask for more than that. He was great to work with. He's very personable. You get to know him, the actual attorney. You're not dealing with paralegals. You're not dealing with all these other people. You're dealing with John. So here's the bottom line. John's my accident attorney, and he can be your accident attorney, and you can check him out at myaccidentlawyer.co. That's myaccidentlawyer.co.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is
Boom, 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 boom. Okay, who do I got left in-house? I did Water Pros twice. Panacea. Oh, Magic. I gotta do Magic. Magic.
You didn't check Duran off. Can you hear me?
I heard you.
Did I do, Frankie? I did, didn't I?
Go to the return911.com.
Look at this. I knocked it perfect.
What?
I don't think I did them. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Fuller's in tomorrow, right? Definitely. I don't know yet. Read between the lines.
Oh.
Is John coming tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. I love when Fuller's in.
He's a good guy. That Brian guy was a dud, wasn't he?
Yes.
Oh, he's still here. Sorry.
Oh.
Didn't realize he was still here.
No, you're all good.
Oh my gosh.
Does he use you?
Of course I do.
Well then. Switch him to State Farm.
Hey, my brother's a State Farm agent.
Is he really?
In Peterborough, New Hampshire.
Poor guy.
Sure.
He's done pretty well up there.
Talib, when you coming back?
Oh, as soon as my doctor throws me out. They've got me doing my physical therapy. I've got to go
she
today.
said, Suzanne was saying that, I guess Pepsi Center, or whatever the hell it's called now. Ballerina. They have all kinds of things tonight, like, God, I wanted to say Quiet Riot, but she didn't say that. Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Coors Field.
Oh, at Coors Field?
At Coors. Poison.
Got to get to Poison, Joan Jett.
Joan Jett?
God, they're all so old.
Baby.
I know.
Jonah Jett.
I know. I love rock and roll. Come on.
80s hair bands.
I love rock and roll. How about, I like that Eye of the Tiger. That was about the same time. Who was Eye of the Tiger?
Hair band.
That's Survivor, isn't it?
Wonderful innocent people were fish in a barrel in the dark for that demonic killer at the Aurora Theater. Is it time to get rid of these so-called gun-free zones so the innocent people have a chance to defend themselves against the monsters? Join me at 4.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. Don't forget, you can always get a hold of us at 303 Martino, whether we're on the air or not. You can also email us at help@troubleshooter.com. We just love helping. $300 million, cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds. That is a huge number over the last 40 years, and that number constantly grows. Our people at Referral List are unbelievable, great guys. And don't forget Sleaze Brigade, the worst of the worst. You want to avoid those people like the plague, or I guess nowadays it would be like the monkeypox. So simple as that. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Couple questions, man. You had one example from someone that actually called you guys during the show today. Not only did you up their insurance, they were way underinsured on their house, right?
Yep.
They only had coverage for like $350 or something.
Their dwelling was $280,000.
So they had $280, and the rebuild cost, you found out, was like $450.
That'd be the minimum, $450. Yeah.
And you got them insurance. No matter what happens, they'll pay for the rebuild,
it's uncapped.
Even if it's $1 million.
That's right.
It's uncapped. And on top of that, you up their uninsured folks, or their uninsured policy on their auto from $50,000,
$25,000,
from $25,000
to $500,000
to $500,000.
Yep.
They were with, who was it? State Farm?
Farmers.
Farmers Insurance.
Yep.
And Farmers, I got my notes right here, were charging, I love this example, $4,200 a year. I was sure because they were underinsured all across the board, automotive and especially their home.
Right.
All those people in Boulder, 93% of them were underinsured, and they're never going to be made whole again on their biggest investment, or at least most people's. But the bottom line is, I thought you were going to say it was higher, which I was going, oh man, I don't know if that's a good example, even though they were that underinsured.
Yeah.
But then you came back at $3,800 for the year.
Yep.
What is the average you save our listeners when they call up? I mean, is there such thing? I know everybody's home is different.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, I'm just looking through the notes that I have for today. I see.
Okay, for today, go ahead.
$600 savings, $800 savings, $400 savings. This one is a big one. They're with Allstate and Esurance. Esurance is
Allstate.
By Allstate, so their auto insurance. They have no uninsured motorists, zero.
Oh God,
they
people
rejected it, and their home insurance was okay. It was with Allstate, but it's still capped. We got them uncapped home insurance. We got their liability and uninsured up to $250,000 per person, $500,000 per accident, and they saved $2,400 a year.
Oh my God, who were they with?
They're with Allstate and Esurance. Their Esurance alone was $6,000 on their auto.
Oh my!
We're paying.
And what? How much was the auto you switched them to?
$4,000.
Oh my God, $2,000 right there.
Yeah, and then the home insurance was about $800 less, a little bit more than that. So.
And I bet Esurance didn't tell them that there's much better coverage for a less price out there.
Right, because they can't.
That's what I love about you guys at Compass. Every year, you guys go out and you look at my auto policy when it renews. In fact, as you know, it's renewing in about 30 days.
Yep.
You look at that and you make sure that you can't get me better coverage somewhere else or less dollars somewhere else. And you do the same with the homeowners. All these people, think about all these people, 93% of them in Boulder that were underinsured. I wonder when State Farm reached out to them and said, hey, by the way, you're probably underinsured if anything happens. Or the examples that you gave from people contacting you today. Did the Farmers Insurance, did the State Farm guy, do they reach out? If your agent isn't doing what they are supposed to be doing, I'm telling you right now, kick them to the curb, call Compass, 303-996-9000. There's nothing here but to save money. In fact, here's what I love about Brian. Occasionally, maybe 1 out of 20, they might be in a better thing.
Yeah.
One of them is, what's the military one?
USAA.
USAA, there was one I recall, they called up, and you said, that's probably the best deal for you right now. Those guys are doing great, we can't beat it. But what is that, 1 out of 20 times?
Yeah, it absolutely is true. If what you got is good, we'll be the first to tell you. We won't ever try to convince you to switch for something that you shouldn't switch.
Never, and I promise everybody listening they won't. That what they will do is make sure you're not underinsured, and they're going to tell you. Even if you don't want to switch from Allstate or whoever you're with, these guys will tell you if you're underinsured. I promise they will, or if they think it's right. They don't care. They're looking for your business down the road as well. 303-996-9000. Just call them right now. Call them today. What other examples? I mean, you gave quite a bit. What's the biggest example you remember ever out of any of the shows you've done with me?
Well, I had someone recently, it wasn't during the show, but we saved them $6,000.
Oh my God! Why?
They have young drivers. If you guys have young drivers on your policy, you need to shop around. Call us, because these carriers that you're with, there's a huge disparity between prices whenever you have teenage drivers in your household. So they were with a company that was just awful with, I don't even remember who it was, honestly, but it was,
that's huge.
The rate was ridiculous.
That's $500 a month. That is like a nice car payment.
Yep.
All right, Compass Insurance Group, they've been with us for, God, I don't even know, Brian, somewhere between 10 and 20 years.
Yeah, it's been over 15 years, so it's closer to 20. Yep.
303-996-9000. I personally use them. Tom uses them. Doc, you use them.
They saved me a bunch of money.
How much do they save you?
I don't know, but it was a couple $100.
A month?
Oh, well, overall, it might have been $800 or $900 for the year.
Holy
it's
moly.
Still substantial.
It is substantial. And I'll tell you right now, it's every nickel counts. 303-713-8255. Everybody hold tight. Mike, you're up next.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Root Insurance.
Just one accident out there right now. This is southbound I-225 at Alameda. The left shoulder's blocked there at Stop and Go from Colfax. Emergency fiber repair on Parker Road between Arapahoe and Orchard. Traffic lights might be affected there, so use caution. And construction in the high country through Clear Creek on westbound I-70 between Silver Plume and Herman Gulch. Almost an hour and a half added onto your drive time if you have to make your way through that. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Good chance of showers and thunderstorms today. Highs in the mid-90s. Slight chance of rain tonight, 64. Tomorrow, sunny and hot, high near 96. Sunny and warmer Friday, 98. Right now, it's 91. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Look, Colorado, we get it. There are too many obnoxious car insurance ads. We're Root, and we do car insurance differently. Our app lets us give you smarter rates based on how you actually drive, not things like your job. Root, for good drivers. Download the app today. Disclaimers may apply. See root.com for details.
You know, our patio was so bad a few years ago. It had cracks on it, so I had to start thinking, oh, my goodness, how much is it going to cost? Get a jackhammer out here, get this thing removed, pour a new deal. But then I started thinking, you know what? I know Tony. He's the owner of Garage Kings. I called him up and I said, hey, it's probably a long shot, but can you guys handle this patio? Does your coating for garage floors work outside on patios and sidewalks and everything? And he said, yeah, of course it does. He came out, he looked at it, and he goes, man, there is no reason you would ever tear this out. He goes, there's a lot of cracks and stuff, but our product is going to cover it. It's going to coat it. We're going to put anti-slip in it so you don't slip during the winter. It's going to be easy to shovel. It's going to look beautiful, and the maintenance is going to be nothing but bringing a hose out and spraying it off. Nothing's going to stain it. I said, wow. So we had it done. We also had our garage done at the same time. I have never been so happy. 2-3 years later, whatever it's been, it's exactly what he said. It's a unbelievable coating for the garage floor and for our patio. It stands the weather outside, and if you get oil stains, gasoline, anything in the garage, you just clean it. You get it right out of there with a hose and a squeegee, and it looks brand new again. Check them out at Garage King, 720-252-0370 or GarageKings.com, but no money up front. I love that. I didn't pay anything till we were done. No money up front. Lifetime warranty on the labor and materials. If something happens, they're going to come out and they're going to take care of it, and the guaranteed lowest price. GarageKings.com, GarageKings.com. Now, I want to tell you about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. A lot of people put this off forever. If you've been putting off any kind of retirement plan, it's got a lot to do with more than just assets, more than just what stocks am I in, what different funds do I have. The other things I really want you to think about is, what are you going to do when it comes to taxes after you start taking money out of a 401k or an IRA? Maybe you have multiple 401ks over your lifetime. Maybe you have an IRA, a SEP fund, all these different vehicles, and you don't know what to do with them. They can help you come up with the best tax solution so you pay the least amount of taxes. How about health care? How are you going to handle that? And then, of course, your investments, your income. How much is it going to cost to live on? Have you thought about this? How much do I need to retire? These guys can answer all the questions. They can even help you out with questions on Social Security. They're there to help you with your legacy as well. Who is going to get what when the time comes? 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. The other thing I want you to think about is diversification. What am I talking about? I'm talking, look at the stock market right now. 600 up, 600 down, 300 up, 600 down, whatever. It just changes constantly. It is good to diversify. I want you to call the guys over at Become the Banker. They have some annuity products that are actually the good ones. Not these strange annuities where you never get your money back, but good annuities to where you can get a paycheck for life. The other thing they have is a application where you overfund a life insurance policy. It's basically a loophole Congress came up with years ago for life insurance policies, but you overfund it, and then with that money you can actually borrow it back from yourself and then pay yourself a very high rate of interest that you can accumulate in the retirement fund. It's really cool. Tom does a great video with these guys at becomethebanker.org. That's becomethebanker.org. Check it out. You can do a free webinar. They can tell you everything. Becomethebanker.org.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, he got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100 Orchard customers sell on market for more than their cash offer. Getting started is easy. You go online and enter your address at orchard.com. Takes just a couple minutes and lets you skip home listing hassles. If you're thinking about selling or just curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at orchard.com. That's Orchard. plumline.com.
Replace that old furnace and air with a new Carrier system, saving more than $2,000 only from Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Plumline Services has been earning trust in Colorado since 1998, with a north location serving Boulder and Longmont. Schedule your service online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. Plumline exudes excellence in every call with the highest of ethics. PlumlineServices.com. Service at home. Servants at heart.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly. All for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Fairway Collision Center is a family-owned auto body shop that gives you quality workmanship at a fair, competitive price. Since 1994, neighbors have received great service, whether it's repairing a small dent or restoring your car. For more info, go to fairwaycollision.com.
Afternoons 2 to 4. It's Leland Conway.
Among other things, Congressman Thomas Massey stops by. He's been talking the foibles of electric cars, and he drives one. He's the greenest congressman in Congress. 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
You know what I love about referrallist.com? We've got so many great vendors on there. We were talking about, our patio and the garage coating. The guy at Garage Kings are great as well, man. Both companies can be found on Referrallist. But Garage Kings, they have virtually the same product. They got the same warranty. They're just great people. Garage Magic, I want to give you their number too, 720-600-HOME. 720-600-HOME. Or GarageMagic.com. If you haven't looked at these coatings, get a free estimate. These guys will give you a free estimate. They can actually get rid of any of those cracks at pittings. Your garage floor will look brand new. They can also do your basement, your patios, your walkways. How about a pool deck? Has it gotten bad over the years? They can come out and coat that. GarageMagic.com. That's probably the easiest to remember. And the other thing, I got an email from Cynthia. The promo code is TOM for Panacea. RealCBDThatWorks.com is the website, realcbdthatworks.com. They sell the CBD. They're the company from seed to sale. That's what she was asking. They virtually handle the product all the way up to packaging and shipping. It's a great company. I have personally been down to their facility. They've got a lab. They test new products. This thing is like something you'd see at a high-end college. In fact, CU used to own the lab facilities. They kind of partnered there. But you got to check them out, realcbdthatworks.com, and put in that promo code, Cynthia, TOM, T-O-M, and you get 30% off at realcbdthatworks.com. Now, let's go to Robert has a question for Compass. Robert, what's going on? And Mike, I promise you're next.
You talk about new customers. I'm an existing customer. Brian, I called him up, asked about my, to make sure I was insured for enough. He came back and found me a new policy within his company. It saved me $1,400 a year.
Yeah, you bring up something funny, Robert. If you think about how insurance people generally make their money, they get a percentage. And Brian, tell me if I'm wrong. You get a percentage on the policy generally.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
So think about what Robert just said. They saved him money, but at the same time you saved the money, you had to take a few bucks out of your pocket because you saved them $1,400. But my point is, you don't care about that because you want that long term.
Right, and the percentage that agents make is pretty minuscule, honestly. But yeah, our whole goal is we want to keep you as a customer. So we every year we look at people's insurance policies, and if they're going up, we look at around again, and because our whole goal is, we want to keep them, and we're working for the customer, not the insurance company.
Well, okay, 303s. I accidentally did that to Robert. Yeah, I mean, you can't beat that. Really, if you don't call these guys at Compass right now and see if they can't save you money, and make sure you're not underinsured. That's probably one of the biggest things now. These poor people in Boulder, 93% of them underinsured. I say that all the time because my mind doesn't even, I can't even believe 93% of people that lost their homes in that fire, literally some of them don't have enough to rebuild, period, end of story, because they were so underinsured. These guys will help you out, and they're not, I don't know how to put it, there's no strong-arm tactics. I mean, it is what it is. They're going to make sure you have the right coverage, the best insurance. And real quick, Mike, who's your shout out to?
I got Art of Granite, great people, and then a Pickering Auto up north.
Yeah, I love Pickering, and I love the Art of Granite. I've used Mitch Fleury over there. He's a great guy. All right, folks, we're going to be back here tomorrow taking names, kicking ass. Don't forget, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance, 303-996-9000, or you can find him at referralist.com.